Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Her Story Online Summit. This is Gertrude Mache here in beautiful Melbourne, Australia. And this morning, I am graced with the presence of my beautiful sisters, Miss Terry in the United States and Sarah in Canada. Welcome, ladies.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Hi.
Wonderful to see you guys again.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be back
Yeah, it's
after
been a
a hot
while.
summer.
We've got an amazing lineup of speakers for you today, and we are going to go through the drill, read their bios, listen to these amazing stories, and take
Great.
them apart at the end. We're going to start off with some music. As you know, we've been trying to encourage creative women to be part of our movement.
hmm
And there is an amazing artist by the name of Crystal Starr based in California who has gifted a theme song to the Her Story movement.
Wonderful.
Got Fatima joining us in Accra, in Ghana.
Nice.
Thank you so much. Wonderful to see you there, Fatima. It's been a while. We need to
Hey.
reconnect. She said there is no video at my end. Is that an issue for everybody else?
I can't
Everybody
see
else
her,
is
but
tuned in. Please let me know if you aren't seeing our video or if that is an issue on your side, Fatima. I'm not sure. So please give us some feedback in case there's something wrong with this feed. But I think we should be okay because it says we're live on Facebook, on YouTube, on LinkedIn. So Fatima, please clarify what that means. So we get things
no
sorted.
mistakes.
So we're going to start off with this beautiful video music from Crystal Starr called She before we introduce our other speakers.
How we explain that when someone is cool or acts like a bully, you don't stoop to their level. No, our motto is when they go low, we go high.
Always the one to catch the flame. The lines from the smell remains the same. A mother's love was not enough when they broke it down for being too tough. Maybe in time love will define, put it together to say she was mine. Right from her heart, strong from the start, a woman who won't go for no. Oh, she can be anything that she wants to be. She's alive. She's powerful, inspirational, giver of love. They can't stop her now with their words of doubt. She's brave. She's powerful, inspirational, giver of love.
We call upon all the communities to be tolerant, to reject prejudice based on caste, creed, sect, color, religion, or gender, to ensure freedom and equality for women so that they can flourish. We cannot all succeed when half of us are held back.
Maybe in time, love will define. Put it together to say she was mine. Right from my heart, strong from the start. A girl who just couldn't say no. Oh, she can be anything that she wants to be. She's alive. She's powerful, inspirational, giver of love. They can't stop her now with their words of doubt. She's brave. She's powerful, inspirational. There's no sexiness offended. Oh. Does it come as a surprise that I dance as if I have diamonds at the meeting of my
Can be anything that she wants to be. She's alive. She is powerful, inspirational, give her a life. They can't stop her now with their words of doubt. She is brave. She is powerful, inspirational, give her a life. Can be anything that she wants to be. She's alive. She is powerful, inspirational, give her a life. They can't stop her now with their words of doubt. She is brave. She is powerful, inspirational, give her a life. Give her life. Someone who owns their own.
as if I have gold mines digging in my own backyard. You can shoot me with your words. You can cut me with your lies. You can kill me with your hatefulness. But just like life, I rise.
Now my whole house is great.
Absolutely beautiful. Crystal, thank you so
Very
much
beautiful.
again for gracing us with this beautiful song. So I'm glad Fatima is able to view us on LinkedIn. It looked like it was on her computer, so she logged out and came back in again. But thank you for making us aware of that. I want to make sure that we're broadcasting and visible to everybody around the world. So our first presentation today is coming from a fascinating young woman. Her name is Catherine Starr. She is an urban literacy consultant, a reading specialist, an author, a keynote speaker, an adjunct professor, and the founder of Creative Minds Publications. She has been featured on multiple media platforms, including Success Magazine, Inspire Me Today, Virginia This Morning, New York Post, and Thrive Global. She has served as a literacy trainer for the
Wow.
University of Chicago Urban Education Institute and VCU AmeriCorps program. She's the creator of Tackle Reading, an annual literacy education initiative supported by the NFL. So we are going to give the stage to you. Thank you for being a part of the HerStory movement. We're excited to share your story with our community today. And please sit back, relax, enjoy our next speaker. Just lining up her video. And here we go.
I am Catherine Stark. I am based in Richmond, Virginia, USA, and I am 41 years old. I am so honored and excited to be here today. Honestly, Melbourne, Australia was the very, very first location to purchase my very first children's book, Amy's Travels, for their schools. And so just to be a part of her story today in this location makes me very, very excited. I am a former elementary school teacher. I taught first, second, and third grade. And it was when I was teaching second grade that I started telling a story. Amy. I had to teach the 7 continents, there was no book, children's picture book, fictional children's picture book to teach the 7 continents. It was a bunch of nonfiction text, and I wanted an engaging story. And my friend Amy, who happened to be my college suite mate at Longwood University in Virginia, USA, she grew up living on 7 continents. And I thought, well, this is a story that I can tell and teach kids about living around the world, because no matter where you live, you learn about the 7 continents. So after telling the story to my 2nd graders, and I always have taught in inner city elementary schools, high poverty rates primarily, where children really are familiar with what's in their backyard and their community, but thinking about a big, great, vast world in another continent side of their own is a brand new concept. And so being able to tell Amy's Travels was a wonderful way for my kids to learn about global awareness, cultural diversity, and geography. So Amy's Travels became the very, very first, and I wrote and had the book published because I knew that teachers, no matter where they lived in the world, could use this book to teach the 7 continents. And as I mentioned earlier, Melbourne, Australia, there was an educational center in the city, and it was one of the first locations to purchase our book. I, being an elementary school teacher and being a reading specialist, I had training or formal training in business. And so when I wrote Amy's Travels, I immediately sent it out to publishing companies and sent the manuscript. And I did this in 2005. And believe it or not, in 2005, children's books were not what everybody was doing, unless you were, a Penguin Press or a like Simon and Schuster. It wasn't like it is today, where so many people are able to easily publish children's books. And so I received some interest, and the interest always said, I really, really like your book, Amy's Travels, but we don't publish children's books. So I came home and I was explaining this to my dad. My dad is a business person. He starts businesses all the time. And so he said, okay, if no one's publishing children's books, you publish it. You start a publishing company and you publish it. Okay. So reading Forbes, reading Fortune, reading bios of successful entrepreneurs, that's how I learned how to start a company, start a publishing company. And we're still in existence from 2005 to today. And we now publish books, children's books written by other authors, fellow teachers. We publish educational materials. And honestly, I am here owning a publishing company that lasted just because, my dad was like, do it. There are people like your book, do it. And so I was teaching 2nd grade full time, and then running this business on the evenings and on the weekends. And I started doing, guest spots as a guest author. I started helping at book fairs. I started speaking at educational conferences around the country, really teaching teachers how to teach reading. And that's what I primarily do today. Our educational publishing company, Creative Minds Publications, which is based and headquartered in Richmond, Virginia, USA, it really was created to promote a love of literacy. And so it's with Amy's Travels. And then it went into my consulting work, which is the fact that now I train teachers how to teach reading. I help low performing elementary schools succeed and achieve literacy success. I now have educational books, Tackle Reading and A Touchdown in Reading, that are now used in schools around the world. In fact, the UK, I just got back from a lovely trip to London, The UK has selected A Touchdown in Reading, an educator's guide to literacy instruction, as one of the top best books to teach kids to read. So that is absolutely an honor, and there's a lot of work for us to do worldwide. And because I know that there's so much work to do, I've always wanted to use my books for a greater purpose than just holding the book in your hand. And so our company created the mission Publishing for a Purpose. And so every single book that we do, we use it to either highlight a philanthropic effort, a nonprofit organization. We've partnered with organizations that are Latinx familiar communities that will to really raise awareness of Amy's Travels and get back to those communities. We have raised money and sold books to give awareness to nonprofits in New York with one of our children's books too. And one of the biggest projects that I have done was with our book Tackle Reading. And for 6 years in a row, I have been fortunate to partner with the NFL in the USA and to really promote a love of literacy with a passion for football. So every March, which happens to be National Reading Month, we go into elementary schools, inner city schools around the country, and NFL coaches, NFL cheerleaders, staff, you name it, donate their time to read to elementary school kids. And so we're really talking about promoting a love of literacy with a passion for football. And I understand that sports is a strong motivator for kids. And one of the first ways to get kids excited about reading is motivation. And so if I'm working with reluctant readers, and to more often than not be boys who may or may not be a football fan or a sports fan, this has really been something that is really helpful to them. And I can tell kids all day long, read for 20 minutes, read for 20 minutes. It's going to make a great difference. And then your favorite athlete comes into your school wearing their jersey and they say, read for 20 minutes. And, obviously it's a bigger, like, oh my gosh, he told me to read for 20 minutes. So now I'm going to. And a lot of these athletes, they're able to share their own stories, how, they might not have loved reading when they were little, or it might have been challenging for them. And really explaining that no matter what job you go into in life, reading is a life skill. So being able to read street signs, being able to read menus, being able to, read brochures, being able to read books, of course, and then materials that support your industry. So literacy is a lifelong skill. All I have ever loved my entire life was reading and writing. And so when I was able to combine these two things and put them in a company and really, really create a greater impact behind just one classroom, and just one school. I still consider myself a teacher, always. And I'm able to work with a larger amount of people. And I've always said, I really want to teach the world to read. And it started with Amy's Travels, a book that taught about the world. And then to transition from that, into publishing other children's travel books and into Tackle Reading, which is a parent resource to help parents help their kids successfully read at home. And then now A Touchdown in Reading, continuing on with that football, mix up there we wanted to do. And as we head into, another year, September is International Literacy Month. So we do a lot there with our guests and our books and everything. And then, of course, we always plan for our big March events. And I'll offer this program specific schools and, specific principals that I might know. Every time I offer it, they say, yes, we want a Tackle Reading program at our school. How much does it cost? And being an elementary school educator myself that knows that, like, we even buy our own, folders sometimes. We even buy our kids supplies so many times. So of course, when they said to me, how much is this? It wasn't an off the wall question. But when I say to them, it costs nothing, it's $0, they are shocked. And it is only because these athletes and these teams and current athletes, Hall of Fame players, they are all donating their time to go into elementary schools in their community and read to the kids. Get the opportunity to have companies donate books, and it costs nothing. I mean, for nothing. People can write a check for $1,000, $2,000, and we're giving books to every child in the school to take a book home. Many of their home libraries have 0 books. And so I am just grateful that I can continue this partnership. And my entire childhood, all I wanted to do was read and write and teach. And so for me to be able to now read manuscripts of other authors who want to publish with us, write more and more books, and teach teachers and train teachers how to teach reading, I'm just very fortunate to be able to work and live out my personal passions, my personal dreams as a child. I was the child that went to school every day and came home and then played school into the night and into the weekend. I was the child that always had a book in my hand and always had a notebook in my hand. And it was certainly to create new stories and make lists and write letters and whatever it might be that I'm doing. And so interestingly enough, for me to be able to really take my childhood passions and my childhood hobbies and put them in a business that continues to grow and expand is just all that I can say is how grateful that I am. And now I am able to connect with people around the world because, again, no matter where you live, you have to learn to read and write. And a lot of times kids in other countries are learning English and how to read and write in English. So being able to connect with these educators and share our books and share our knowledge and just continue to increase the awareness of literacy is exactly what I feel like I was born to do. And now I'm just so happy to be able to expand my reach in a capacity that hopefully is truly helping to read.
Catherine, when I saw your response for my request for interview subject, I got really excited on a number of parts. We share a passion for education for a start. Having been born in Zimbabwe and realizing the power of education as a key that unlocks potential, that breaks the cycle of poverty. I absolutely love everything you're doing. I don't even know where to start. So let's go back to the beginning. Let's have a little thought experiment. And we're going to go back to the younger you when you were about to publish that first book. You had no idea what you were doing. Fortunately, you had a very wise father who guided you. But if there is somebody who's listening to this interview right now who doesn't have that kind of support, they're scared, they don't know where to start. If you could go back and give your younger self 3 nuggets of wisdom, what 3 nuggets of wisdom would you share?
Fabulous question. And I actually think about this often because I look at, new entrepreneurs that are starting out their business today. And I wonder, gosh, if I started today with Instagram and TikTok and all of these things, would it be different? I was very, very reluctant to get on media. I was kind of from the school of, I don't really know if they're your friends. You know, some people don't talk to you in real life, but then they want to be your friend on Facebook. And I really, really hesitated getting on social media. When I did, the amount of connections that I made, for example, with my book, Tackle Reading, I was on Twitter, I was sharing my book, and I received the most incredible post from somebody who said, I really like your book. I'm in the world of football. I want to talk to you. And she told me who she was. She said her name was Michelle Grimes. And come to find out, her name is Michelle Staubach Grimes. Her father happens to be Hall of Fame Staubach, and she was very instrumental in helping me make a tackle reading day for Dallas Cowboy fans and for the NFL. And so I do believe that we can use social media for a positive. So I don't think that you should ever be reluctant to share your story and share your ideas and share your products on social media. I also know that you are your greatest leader. Like you mentioned, I did have a dad who's like, whatever you want to do, and a mom who raised me. She's a teacher, and they raised us, my two sisters and me, to grow up and be whatever you want, but you have to work hard at it. And, you know, but whatever you want to be, just put in the work to do it. And so I've always worked. I am the child that I had to study in elementary school to pass a science and social studies test. Reading, great. Writing, great. Science, social studies, math, I had to work extra hard. And so I really do believe that my intrinsic work ethic is what really makes a difference. You're not going to have people telling you all day, that's great, I like that, you know, I want to see more from you. If you don't have that drive inside you, no one else is going to give it to you. And lastly, you do have to remember that while there may be a lot of people doing your same job, right? There's tons of authors, there's tons of teachers, there's tons of business owners. But when you think about your uniqueness and what special trait you bring is really when you're going to make a difference. So while I do write books, and a lot of people write books, I have been able to really focus on training teachers in reading, really focus on my connection in the football world, really making that work. And then I've always said that I always want to be in inner city schools where I want to spend my time. And so whatever your niche is, you know, that is what you need to follow. And that is what makes you unique. And I'm constantly thinking about those type of things today too, as I continue to move and involve and change to make an impact.
I love that. Yeah, sometimes it's easy to start chasing everything and not narrowing your niche and spreading yourself really thin. But the narrower your niche is, the more impactful you're going to be. So tell me, are your books translated in other languages? Our movement is in 56 countries right now. And I'm always trying to find ways of supporting educators in each of those countries that we have a presence.
Absolutely. So currently on 26 countries, on 6 continents. And while we have translated some articles, specifically in Spanish, because Amy's Travels, the main character is Peruvian. While we've done that, we've really focused at this point so far on schools that are adding English as a second language or teaching kids to read and write in English. Our children's travel series takes place on a safari in Africa, in London, England, another book in New York City, and a forthcoming book in Ireland, and one in Paris. So we love to definitely increase our presence as far as traveling through books.
I love that. I love that. Now, as far as educating teachers are concerned, we have a podcast that's coming up in the next couple of months called The Power of Education. And our educators need people like you to show them how to do what you've just talked about? Do you have a video program? How are people accessing your knowledge and your skills?
Yeah. So again, I was reluctant to social media for a while. I was reluctant to do, a webinar and put all of my things down. Honestly, I have put every tip and trick of teaching reading in my book for teachers, A Touchdown in Reading, an Educator's Guide to Literacy Instruction. And beyond that, I now do virtual webinars. So looking under my name and my web page, you can actually bring my webinar to your school as a training. You can bring my in-person, I do travel as well, into schools too. I find that, teachers are spread so thin. You go to undergrad and you learn everything from classroom management to data analysis and assessments, and then reading, writing, math, social studies, science. And so how can you be great at one thing unless you go back and get your master's in teaching? So I've definitely found that, the resources that I've created, thanks to being able to work with teachers, honestly, it's all about increasing their confidence and their competency in the teaching of reading. So I do invite everybody to just start with one of my books and then see how, we can further support you and your strengths and your challenges to make your school year as delightful as possible.
Absolutely love that. Now, can you share with me, maybe via email, the link to your first book? Is it electronic? Because most of our people are in Africa and it will be too expensive to ship the book.
Yep.
And also the webinar series.
Yes.
Any information you can send us, that would be really useful. Now, one of our social impact projects is to build libraries in Africa.
Yes.
So as you know, I'm from Zimbabwe.
Yes.
I have taken over a small primary school where my ex-husband went to school. His whole family are around this particular school.
Yeah.
And I'm building a library in honor of my father-in-law, who was also a teacher. Yeah. Now, I've been collecting secondhand books from people who have young kids, and we're shipping a container full of books to Zimbabwe. Wow. And the vision we have is that when the container gets to the village, we empty out the container and build a library with the help of the community and kind of create employment by getting the community members to make the bricks that we need, the window frames, the door frames, and everything. And then the actual container is going to be converted into the first health clinic in this community as well.
Oh my gosh.
Now, I'm excited that I have met you. You are almost like an answer to a prayer, because we need support to pull this off.
Yeah.
My vision is to create a mobile library. So I went through a very traumatic separation that led to divorce, that led to heart failure in 2017, and almost died. And this is going to be my legacy. This is what I leave behind in terms of having been on this planet and leaving this world a better place. So I started collecting books by speaking in primary schools all over New Zealand. And when I got to the school, I'll tell the principal to tell the kids to bring any books they don't want.
Yeah.
In 90 days, Catherine, I collected 65,000 books.
That's incredible.
Filled a 40-foot container that's going to be shipped to Zimbabwe. And that's where the whole idea of tying in a clinic. So I bought the container. It's actually a physical container that I bought so that we can refurbish it and instantly create a clinic to service the children and that community. But we need support. We need help.
Yeah.
My vision is to then buy a truck, because 65,000 books for 300 children is a lot.
Yes.
Yes. But there's so many schools scattered in that region. We'll create a mobile library that will go to all the primary schools, and all the children in that region can borrow books and give them back. So you and I need to talk.
Yeah.
That is a big project because we're going to start in Zimbabwe, South Africa, Zambia. We'll start in the southern part of Africa and move all the way up north.
Wow.
So we have a presence in every African country.
Yes.
And teachers in every African country as well. So this is why I'm really inquisitive to see how you can help and support our educators and help us educate more kids.
Yes. I mean, you're matching with my mission of we have to teach the world to read. And so your legacy to teach the world to read is incredible. I'm thanking you already because that's amazing.
And this morning, I was just having a meeting with a group of women in Bolivia, all Spanish speaking, who have just come onto our platform. There's 30,000 of them, some in the US, some scattered around the world, but mostly in Bolivia.
Yeah.
And again, working with their educators to bring reading material into these indigenous schools.
Yeah.
And then the other piece is diversity books. I work with indigenous communities all over the world, and there's a wealth of knowledge and stories that can be learned from indigenous people.
Yes.
I'm writing a children's book on the Ubuntu philosophy.
Oh my gosh.
And I will need your support to get it into schools because the pillars of Ubuntu are empathy, compassion, collaboration, connection, and community. And those are basic principles that apply to anyone in any life.
Yes.
So we will connect. I'm really, really excited about what you've done. It's so inspiring, Catherine. You know, I wake up every day and these are the kind of stories I want to share. The kind of stories our community needs to hear.
Yeah.
You started with an idea, you brought it into conception, and now you look back years later, you've got the successful publishing company, and it's because you had belief in yourself. That wouldn't have happened. Yeah. So my next question is this. If time was an illusion and I could take you into the future, you're now 100 years old, you're sitting in your rocking chair on your porch, surrounded by your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, your dogs, your cat, whoever is around you at that time. If you could go and have a conversation with that woman, this wise woman who's led you to that point, based on how you're living your life right now, what would you say to her? I ask this question to everyone I interview. Yeah. Because a lot of women don't realize that that wise woman is already within them. She's already inside. We just have to tap into the energy and the knowledge that we've come into this world with and use it.
Wow.
So what would you ask your future self?
1,000 things. I have 1,000 questions because I am one of those people that, really likes to plan and really likes to set a vision and then achieve it. And then when something doesn't happen on my timetable, I get, I keep going because the only thing you can do is to keep going. But I was reading something the other day about how one of the greatest things you don't have control over is of your efforts and the future. And I think for somebody like me who always feels like I'm not doing enough, I always feel like I could be doing more. I hope that the 100-year-old version of me reminds me that I am doing exactly what I'm supposed to. And I'm doing it at a rate and a pace that makes sense. And that I am actually helping teach the world to read in some capacity. And I would love to know that at 100, you don't need anyone like us anymore because the world is full of literate learners. And the whole goal is to honestly put myself out of a job because that all the kids around us love literacy and love learning and love books. And I also hope that books do not go out of style, even though everything is online now. There's something about, and you're doing it, collecting your books. When you give the gift of reading to a child, and a child can actually hold something and take it home, that makes such a difference. So if I can just be surrounded by young readers and traditionally printed books too, I'll be happy.
You're like me. Children learn through incidental learning. I don't think we can ever replace the physical book.
Mm-hmm.
When they're flipping through a book, they will see something else they hadn't seen. They'll get curious. So we have to keep printing these books. We have to keep this medium alive. I don't think we can quite replace it in a digital way.
Yeah.
So my last question for you is there anything I should have asked you and I didn't? What are your parting thoughts for us today?
Honestly, you ask great questions. You ask questions that make me think and try to become better. I appreciate the opportunity for me to talk about tackle reading and how we're really trying to combine publishing for a purpose, and how truly through books and teacher training, and I'm even working in ed tech in a capacity to really, really focus on, to read. Programs don't teach kids to read, teachers teach kids to read. And when we can utilize trainings and books and educational technology resources that remind us of the importance of teachers and relationships and reading, I think we're going to really, really be creating a much savvier, successful future.
Fantastic. Catherine, it's been an absolute pleasure and honor to meet you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for making a difference in the lives of children all over the world.
Thank you. Right back to you.
Anybody wants to get hold of you, you've got your website scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Please get in touch with Catherine. Her Story Circle is attracting some phenomenal women, movers and shakers, women who want to leave this planet a better place than how we found it. So tune in again tomorrow when I interview yet another fascinating guest. In the meantime, have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And Catherine, thanks again for this interview.
Thank you so much.
Bye for now, everybody. That was yet another fascinating presentation. I think, Terry, you're also muted. There we go. Absolutely wonderful to see somebody who has a passion for education. Mm-hmm. And the impact she's made with her books globally is just incredible.
Amazing.
Yeah. I'm a part of, I volunteer for the Literacy Coalition in Gary. And we're just trying to make Gary a reading city, and she's got the world. Okay. It started out with a doctor. He's at our major hospital. And what he does is that for every child that he delivers, he sends them home with books. And every time they come in for their medical visits, he sends an appropriate aged book. So until the kids are ready to read, the parents are obligated to read to their children and get that instilled in them. And so the hospital basically is the major funding source for this 501c3 that's out there. Wow. And they do great work. They only have one fundraiser, and that's basically because they have an adopted school, and then they supply books. They go in once a month, and they give dollars for reading questions, and the teachers get involved, and they develop the questions in the books and all of that. And then they also do. My sorority goes in, and that's what a lot of the funds go to for putting books in each classroom. And my sorority goes in and reads maybe 2 or 3 times 2 or 3 times a year for the entire region, the entire county, not just Gary at that point. But yeah, so she's trying to save the world, teach the world to read, and we're worried about one little city or one county. But you've got to start at home first.
Yeah. You have to start somewhere.
Right.
Yes.
And all of those little efforts add up, Terry. They all add up in the big picture of things. If there's enough of us doing whatever we can in our little locations, and make a difference. So it's really exciting to see this kind of work. Very, very exciting.
It is.
Very interesting. I actually was inspired when I went to Costa Rica. I wrote a children's book about all the animals that were there, and it's all the animals actually that were in the trees of Costa Rica. It's called Up in the Trees. I haven't had it published yet, and I sort of took a break from it, but it's interesting that she's inspired by travel as well. That's how she got going. That wasn't my initial books, but I was inspired when I was traveling as well.
Travel will do that to you. They say once you have left where you are born, your mind expands, and that's the beautiful thing about going and seeing other countries.
Yeah.
So we need to get your book to publication, Sarah. We need to talk about.
Well, and she sounds like the right publisher, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Because I had taken a break. I had a series of 6 books, and I had 3 of them published on Amazon. And then I took a break from publishing because I wanted to change publishers. And then I got inspired when I went to Costa Rica and went in a different direction and wrote this other book. So, yeah, it's interesting that all of a sudden sometimes things pop out of nowhere, opportunities or people that, you have other projects that you've put on hold, they sort of come up. It's nice.
Well, Sarah, this is the first time I've heard about you writing books. You kind of kept that a secret, did you not?
Oh, no,
we spent a lot of time together.
No, I'm actually a writer too. I write children's books and illustrate them. I have a series, 6 books, and 3 of them are on Amazon and did really well in Bedtime and Dreaming when they first came out. Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, well,
fantastic.
I'm going to be like Gertrude. We got to pull that out of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really.
That to me all the time, Sarah.
I've got lots of surprises. I've done a lot of things.
I love that. Absolutely love it. So who's introducing our next speaker, ladies, while I line up the video?
I think Terry was going to go for it.
Dina Friedman?
Yeah, Terry. Take it over, Terry.
Okay. Dina's a 30-plus year activist, anti-poverty work, Middle East peace issues, immigrant justice, anti-war campaigns, and land protection issues. She's fitting right into our social impact. One of the highlights of her organizing was working on, quote, Save the Mountain, a local campaign that succeeded in protecting an iconic local mountain range from a 40-home luxury development. More recently, she wrote from a semi-weekly call to action newsletter and participated in 2 witnessing trips to the U.S.-Mexico border and an immigrant child detention center in Homestead, Florida. These trips inspired her. It looks like trips and it is inspiring a lot. Inspired her upcoming short story collection, Immigrants. A retired senior lecturer at the Isenberg School of Management, University of Massachusetts. She's involved in management, marketing, communications, public speaking, business writing, business communications. All those things go together, but we don't need all of those all the time. But it helps when you're writing. Our goal is tell it from the heart. Anyway, a lifetime lover of music and all of the arts, Dina began to reclaim her musical roots during the 2020 pandemic lockdown. Her memoir, Imperfect Pitch, takes a deep dive into looking at what prevents all of us from being confident and authentic in our creative expressions. And writing is definitely a creative expression. I introduce to you Dina Friedman.
Thanks, Terry.
It's Dina Friedman. I am 65 years old, and I am talking to you from Hadley, Massachusetts, which is in the western part of Massachusetts in the United States. We're about 2 hours from Boston, 3 hours from New York, but in the country. And my story begins, well, it really begins when I was 5 years old, because I remember sitting on the couch. My mother came in and she said, "Close your eyes." And I thought, oh, wow, I'm getting a present. This is fun. Or she's playing hide and seek. I didn't really know why she was telling me to close my eyes, but she went over to the piano and she started playing notes. And she said, "What note is that?" And I said, D. And then she played another note and she said, "What note is that?" And I said, F sharp. And whatever note she played, I was able to name. And for me at 5 and through most of my life, this was no big deal. It was like somebody pointing to the color red and saying, "What color is this?" I mean, I just heard the notes and I had played a little bit of piano, so I kind of knew what they were, and I could easily figure out from sound what the note was. But this is a fairly rare, not super rare, but fairly rare attribute that some people have, called perfect pitch. And my mother was really excited. She said, "Wow, you have perfect pitch." And I had no idea what perfect pitch meant, but I harped down on that word perfect. And somewhere along the line, I get this idea that because I had perfect pitch, that meant I was a fabulous pianist, or I was geared to be on this musician prodigy track. And prodigy was another word that my parents really didn't use about me because it wasn't accurate, but sometimes they would invite their friends over and ask me to play, and these friends would say, "Oh, she's such a little prodigy, blah, 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 blah." And so I had this idea in my head that my goal, or my vocation, my calling, was to become this amazing concert pianist. Well, there was one problem with this idea, which was that I'm a decent pianist. I mean, as a kid, I was pretty good, if you use words like good and bad, which I try to avoid, but I was not a great pianist. My technique wasn't good, and it was pretty clear early on, maybe by the time I was 10 or 11, that I was not somebody who was really going to make it on the prodigy track or on the professional track. And this was exacerbated by the fact, this disappointment was that there were many, many professional musicians in my family, not my parents, but several of my grandparents, a lot of great uncles. And those who were professional musicians were kind of worshiped as gods. So I continued on playing piano through junior high school and 13, 14, getting very, very frustrated as pieces got harder and I wasn't able to play them well. And by the time I was 14, I asked my teacher if I could play this piece I loved, and she said, "No, yeah, you can. It's too hard for you." And I'm thinking, yes, I can. I can do this. I'm going to play this piece. And so for months, I would try to practice this piece and try to play it well, and I never could. And I finally said, "Okay, this is it. I'm quitting." So I had this huge baggage from the piano, even when I quit lessons, I kept playing the piano because I loved playing the piano. But I had this feeling in myself that I was a failed musician and that I should have been a much better musician. So let's first fast forward maybe, I'm in my 30s now, and my children I have two children, and both of them are really interested in music. My younger child has perfect pitch. When I ask them to go to the piano, they pick out pieces that they heard just by ear. My older child does not have perfect pitch, but she plays beautifully, beautifully, beautifully. And so I'm thinking, okay, this is great. They are going to perpetuate this family legacy of, the musicians being the best, most perfect people in our family that I couldn't do. And so my children went on their musical path. And they got on it a little longer than I did, but for various circumstances. One had an injury, the other went to conservatory, but then didn't make it into festivals that were important. And both of them ended up doing different things. My younger child is a professional musician, but not on the heavy duty classical music track. So here I am. And I'm going to fast forward now another 20 years. And here I am. It's 2020. We are in the pandemic. It's really, really quiet. The isolation is deadly. And I'm thinking I would really like to play the piano again. But the piano is so loaded for me. So even though I have this piano, this beautiful piano that I bought my older child, and hasn't been played too much, I decide that what I'm going to do in the pandemic, I'm not a bread baker, is I'm going to sit down every night and I'm going to start to play the piano again. And my goal at this point for playing the piano is to play without judgment, which is extremely difficult than the hardest piece or even the easiest piece. So my deal with myself is the minute I start judging myself, I have to get up and walk away. And I am trying to take what I've learned. I practiced yoga for 15 years. I'm trying to take that into my piano playing and learn to think about process rather than product. Well, this was not an easy thing, but maybe over the years since when I was younger, I did learn one thing that was really important, which was to be patient with myself, to love myself a little bit more, to recognize that it's okay not to be perfect, that the goal of playing is playing. There's an old adage, practice makes perfect, but really practice makes patience, practice makes progress, practice opens insight. So through this process, which was not easy, I'm kind of making the story seem easy, like first I couldn't and then I could, but it was extremely loaded for me because I had to go into my whole family baggage and figure out why I had assimilated all these messages about playing the piano and being a professional musician and having perfect pitch and all this stuff. And I had to kind of understand why my family was the way it was. I also realized I had done a number of my children by really pushing the music thing so hard, and I needed to ask them to forgive me. And somehow it was really different to be practicing as an adult with all of this in mind. And so what I decided to do is that I was going to write this story. At first I thought, well, who cares? Who cares about me playing the piano? But I was in an online writing group and I am a professional writer. Somehow I don't have the writing baggage that I have for music baggage. I published 2 novels and I have a short story collection coming out, and I published a number of poems. So I thought, okay, I'm just going to journal write about practicing and about perfect pitch and about this story of really untangling this knot in my family where music was worshiped, but it was also a very loaded topic. So after about a year, it's now 2021, a few things happened. Number one is I'm Still not a prodigy. I'm still not going anywhere near the concert area, but I am a much more fluid pianist than I was in 2020. Now it's 2022, and I'm still practicing many nights, and I see that I can continue to get better. And now, when I mess up, which happens often, instead of beating myself up and starting with all the messages of, oh, I'll never play the piano and I'm a terrible musician, I just laugh and go on to something else. And then the other thing that has happened from 2020 to 2022 is I have what I call a music memoir. This book is called Imperfect. My book is called Imperfect Pitch. So one of the things that happened is actually over the years, I lost my ability to discern notes, which apparently happens a lot to people once they reach the age of about 50. So this is not unusual. But more, it's really about embracing myself in feeling that it's okay not to be perfect. It's okay to have imperfect pitch. And I went through the process of asking my children to forgive me. And when I did, they both kind of said, "What are you talking about, Mom? You were fine. You no problem." But that was another thing that I beat myself up for, was this idea that I was pushing my children too hard. So I was pleased when they told me that I hadn't. And so I am really excited about telling my story, not because anybody should really care about me and the piano, but I believe that most of us are inherently creative or have something inside them that they want to express. And as a writer, I'm constantly mentoring other writers who may be less far along the path than I am, but my goal in life is to be as encouraging as possible to writers. And I also, in writing this book, want people who are musicians, who are wannabe, I don't like the word wannabe, who want to be musicians, who want to express themselves through visual art, who want to dance, act, sing, whatever. I think it's really important that we embrace our own creativity and that we find within us that really important place of self-expression. And we tell ourselves that we matter, that this matters. It matters not only to us, but when we are expressing something through a creative modality, no matter how supposedly good, accomplished, or not skilled we are tackling it with our whole heart. So we are absolutely trying to be creative and being creative. And we need to embrace that. Our culture needs to embrace that. Our culture is a place where usually only celebrities are embraced. Your art, whatever your art is not taken seriously unless you've reached a certain level of accomplishment or fame. And we need to change that in our culture, because I think we'll all be happier, both individuals and as a society, if we can all really embrace our creativity, no matter how imperfect it is. So that is my story.
What an incredible story you've had, Dina. It's interesting, the use of the word perfect, and how no matter what it is you're working on, we can beat ourselves up and judge ourselves based on a certain line that we deem to be perfection. Now, if there was somebody who's listening to us right now, could be a musician, like you said, a writer, a poet, who is judging themselves and is seeing all these imperfections in themselves, based on what you've learned in the last couple of years, what 3 nuggets of wisdom could you help them with so they can get over that?
Well, the first one I would say is that you are perfect just the way you are. I mean, on one level, we should eliminate the word perfect from our vocabulary, because ultimately nothing is perfect. And as a writer, I mean, I am constantly revising and revising and revising. So it doesn't mean that every word I commit to paper is perfect, or every note I might play on the piano is perfect. But you are more than that. You are more than that. What you say matters. So you need to love yourself. And need is a bad word too, but you it would be helpful for you to learn to love yourself. That's like a key goal, no matter where you are. And to stop, you can draw lines in the sand. Of course, we all aspire to get better at whatever it is that we do, but that doesn't mean that where we are now is a bad place. One thing that I learned from researching my book is that humans acquire something called negativity bias, where we hear, if people say a bunch of positive things and one negative thing, we hear the negative thing, and that's the one that we elevate the most. And they've done studies that show that this starts when you're about 1 year old. So, how do we unlearn perfectionism? So, that would be one thing that I would say. A second thing that I would say is, and this is still a hard one for me, is to stop putting so much pressure on yourself. That the goal is to really be okay with where you are, even as you strive to be in a different place. And I think about one of the other things I did in the pandemic every day is, as I said, I live in the country, so I went for a walk every single day in the woods behind my house. And especially in the winter, the scenery was just gorgeous. And what I started doing is I would just look at something and I would say, wow, look at the way the ice is crusted on that dam. Look at the snow on that tree, or in the summer, look at the way the light is shining through those leaves. And the point is, that's what we want to say to ourselves too. Wherever we are, we just want to say, wow. Doesn't mean we don't want to keep going on the hike and seeing the next wow, but we want to really be happy with that wow. And then the third thing that I would say would be that creativity really matters. That we, again, live in a culture where often it isn't treated seriously unless you are famous or accomplished. But I believe that everybody's creativity really matters, not only to them, but whatever it is that they are communicating to the wider world, if they choose to do that, or to the small group of people with whom they share their art, that matters. And it matters just as much as anything that's shared by a famous person.
I love that. Now, as parents, sometimes we live vicariously through our children. You know, I grew up in Africa. Like you, I was very gifted in terms of tuning into music. I could listen to a piece of Mozart and recite it note for note. I had this mind that remembered music, but I never got to study music. It was too expensive. I dreamed to play the piano. I couldn't. Then I had these three children and threw them into all of the things I couldn't do when I was a child. Now, it sounds like your mom was probably in the same situation. She was inspired to help you become a musician, maybe because she had aspired to be a musician. Tell me a little bit about your background, your family, and how music plays such a large role, and what parents who are listening to us right now can do to help their own children not fall into the same trap of getting them to live our lives that we failed to have.
Well, that's a great question, because I have it on both sides. So my grandfather, my mother's father, was a symphony violinist, and he lived next door to us when I was growing up. And my strong memory of him is I would go to visit my grandmother, and my grandfather would be in the living room practicing for hours and hours and hours. Mostly he played violin, and he mostly would just be standing in front of the mirror, frowning at himself, playing one note at a time. My aunt told me that he was obsessed about how Beethoven would want him to play something. And so he always felt that it was never, ever good enough, no matter what. My mother did play the piano, and she insists, because I did, she's still living, she's 88, and she insists that there was never any pressure on her to be good. She said at one point, she said, well, I knew I wasn't, she said, I knew I wasn't as good. She said, and she loves music. And she said, I would hear pieces, I would hear the way they were supposed to be played, and I couldn't make them sound that way. So that was why she ended up not going into piano. So when she said that to me, I thought, and this was during part of my research for writing the book, I thought, wow, story of my life. And in all fairness to my mother, I mean, she did give me piano lessons, and I felt this unspoken expectation. But the key word there was, it was unspoken. And I think it was more from this image of my grandfather and the way that music was revered in our family. My mother did not yell at me when I didn't practice enough. I mean, she didn't push me at all. She was pretty laid back about the situation, although she did insist that I take piano lessons, and it was kind of a big deal when I said I was going to quit. But I don't think she had this expectation that I would be professional. This was something that I kind of put on myself as this would be the thing that would, that was our family history, our family destiny. My children, when we go to another generation, when my daughter said she wanted to take piano lessons, I remember saying to my husband, I just want her to have piano in my life, because I always had piano in my life, even when I wasn't playing very much. I was always just playing around for fun. I don't need her to be professional. And then she ended up taking to it very easily. And she didn't want to be a professional concert pianist, but she did want to go on that track at least through college, because she felt that she wanted the training. And when I spoke to her about it, she said, well, if you did anything wrong, it was you kept saying do music because you love it, when you should have given me more support about trying to do it in a more serious way. So it kind of feels like you can't win. And my younger child, who kind of never wanted to do anything else, I mean, they did go to conservatory, but I did feel like I did live somewhat vicariously through them. And when my daughter injured her arms in high school just before she was going to audition for conservatory, I felt as if my world had fallen apart. And I was asking myself this very hard question: wait, whose world is this? Is it her world or my world? And my daughter is a very happy person, playing piano as she can. My younger child is also a very happy person doing their own version of music. So what can parents do? I mean, the only thing I can say, and this is 2020 hindsight, is listen to your children. I mean, just be in the background. If you can afford it and they want lessons and they want to go that path, then be their number one fan and cheerleader. And if they don't, then don't push them. Let them take the lead, because it's not an easy path. So I did find that in the music world, when my kids were doing music, there were certainly some parents that were obviously pushing their kids to do what they couldn't do. And I'm very happy that even though I felt that I was doing that neither of my children perceived me as doing that.
Fantastic. Now, the book that you wrote, what can people get out of this book? Whether they are people who want to go into music or those who just do it for a passion, what are the main take homes that you have shared through this memoir?
Okay. The main takeaway, I think, is that is to love yourself wherever you are on the path. And what I think people will get out of it, it's interesting because people who have read it have said, if you've if you're teaching music, it can just be helpful to think about the mindset of students. If you have done the conservatory thing, my younger child said everybody should read this who's been through music trauma. So those are some things that I think they can get out of that.
Fantastic. We have to live our passion. So let's take you now into the future as my last question for you. You're now 100 years old and you're sitting in your rocking chair surrounded by your kids, your grandchildren, your dogs, and your cats. If I could take you there and you could have a conversation with the future you, this wise woman who's lived an amazingly creative life, what would you say to her based on how you're living your life right now?
I think the most important thing that I would say, because I think no matter how much I try to toot these ideas about creativity and perfection and loving yourself, is they're still really hard to assimilate. So I would just say what you did mattered, whatever it was, whatever, including the things I've done so far and the things that I haven't done yet, that they mattered. They mattered not only to me, but they mattered to the people with whom I came in contact, that they touched other people. That would be it. If I knew, there's a scene in the book where I felt like, I was playing every night, and my husband would be in his office and he would never listen or say anything. And he's not a musician. It wasn't like I asked him to. So, fairness to him. But there was one night I was playing the Beethoven Pathetique Sonata, which was a piece that he really liked. And he came out and danced to it. And I thought, this is great. It wasn't that I was playing it particularly flawlessly, or, I was still learning it. But I thought, this touched him, this mattered. And I think that's really all we want to do. And whether we do it through our art, through our careers, through our kindness to people, through our volunteer work, through whatever, I think the most important thing is you touch people around you in whatever ways, and your presence matters, your actions matter.
Fantastic. Now, is there anything I should have asked you and I didn't?
I don't think so. I think I've covered this pretty well. I am still, the book is not out yet, so I'm just trying to spread these ideas until the book comes out. So I just want to make that clear to viewers. But I do have other work on my website, and I am definitely interested in connecting with people who have similar stories and learning from them, just as I hope people will learn from my story.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dina. This was an amazing interview. Your website is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. So if anybody would like to get in touch and find out more about this upcoming book, go onto Dina's website, follow her through social media, and wait for the coming of this amazing book. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in today, wherever you are in the world. Have a fantastic day, morning, or evening. And Dina, thanks again for the interview.
Thanks so much.
Bye for now, everybody. All right.
Yeah, that was interesting. Very interesting. Yeah.
What I love the most is this concept of being perfectly imperfect.
Yeah.
I think we all go through this at different levels in our lives. We all are challenged at striving for perfection to a point where we forget just to celebrate the little things in life. We've got Velvet, who's another musician. Hey, Velvet, lovely to see you joining us online in Brisbane, Australia. Thank you for chiming in today. It is great to be perfectly imperfect and to forgive ourselves when we don't hit that bar, that mark that we aspire to be.
but we're always striving to define what perfect really is, because perfect to you is totally different than it is to someone else. So it's like, when I was talking to Sister Doom, who says what's traumatic? Who says what's perfect? By whose definition are we trying to be that person? That's food for thought. Yeah, yeah.
It really is food for thought, and we need to be cognitive of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So thank you so much for that amazing presentation. And Velvet, it's good to have you with us. We also had Catherine chiming in on Facebook. Thank you for watching and being with us this morning. So our next presenter, again, is coming to us from the United States. We are very US heavy with all of these ladies. Her name is Ellen Barker. She grew up in Kansas City and had a front row seat to the demographic shifts, the hope, and the turmoil of the civil rights era in the 1960s. She has a bachelor's degree in urban studies from Washington University in St. Louis, where she developed a passion for how cities work and don't. She began her career as an urban planner and then spent many years working for large consulting companies specialized in urban infrastructure. First as a tech writer and editor, and later managing large database systems. She now lives in Northern California with her husband and their dog, Boris, who is the inspiration for the German Shepherd in her first novel called East of Troist. In addition to writing, Ellen volunteers with a local hospice and the local Catholic charities. She takes full advantage of living in California, hiking. Oh, I said Northern California, sorry. Hiking in the mountains as often as possible. She paints mostly watercolors for relaxation. She's been a passionate reader since she first figured out words on paper. And in fact, she doesn't remember ever being unable to read. It's interesting, that seems to be the theme of our videos today. Our presenters today are all focused on creativity, on literature. So, Ellen, thank you so much for being a part of our tribe, gracing us with your story today.
My name is Ellen Barker, California, in the San Francisco Bay Area now, and I'm 68 years old. The first part of my story begins in the middle of the country in Missouri and in the middle of the last century when I was a child growing up in Kansas City. I lived in a working class neighborhood. My dad was a truck driver. The houses were 3 or 4 rooms. Just a ordinary little 50s place to live. Very ordinary. And then, and very white. And then when I was between maybe 7th grade and 12th grade, the neighborhood changed. The white families started moving out to the suburbs and Black families began moving in. Often the white families kept the houses and rented them and didn't necessarily take care of them because they were busy wherever they were. And then a freeway was built, or they started tearing down houses in this long strip through this part of the city where I lived. And that created other problems. There were crimes taking place in those houses and squatters and fires and rats. And then they built the highway and all the neighborhoods were cut off from the shops, and it's, houses were vacant, and this huge change happened in a very short period. And you know, it was puzzling. The first Black families who moved in were often met with a lot of terrible things, and sometimes they were burned out or they were otherwise chased away by the white people that lived there. We, of course, never knew exactly who did it. And then, which was not good for them, you know, they're buying houses and then they're being forced out again. And it wasn't for a long time until I had gone away to college and my parents had retired and moved to a small town that I really discovered what was going on there, which we'll get to in a minute. So I was gone, my parents were gone, everyone we knew was gone. I didn't go back to Kansas City for a long time. And then a few years ago, I had been laid off from my job, which was fine. I was ready to retire. And I went back to Kansas City for a high school reunion. And my husband and I drove down that street. And we walked up and looked at my house, which was under a blue tarp, and the yard was all overgrown. And screens were sort of flapping in the breeze, clearly abandoned, derelict. Looked in the windows, plaster's falling. It was heartbreaking. And, you know, driving around the neighborhood, a lot of houses were just not there anymore. And then there's this freeway right just a block away. And, you know, it was heartbreaking. And there I was, not working. And I'd always wanted to be a writer. And it struck me, I can write a different future for this house. That's where it started. It just started with that. But I started doing more research about what had happened and why, and discovered that this degradation of the neighborhood was actually pretty much planned. And it was a thing that happened in many American cities where they would, way back, 20s, 30s, would decide what part of town they were going to. This was at a time when very few Black people even owned homes. But they would designate a part of the city. This would be, you know, sort of secret, where they would be allowed to buy houses, and then they would keep the rest of the city white. And so the area where I lived was the area, you know, it was definitely small houses, small lots. That was the area that was decided that, to be left for Black people, or Black people would be allowed to live there. And this went on until fair housing legislation passed in the end of the 60s, and that became illegal. But it still was pervasive because there was still a lot of reluctance to break that barrier. So when I'm writing this book, I'm finding this out, and I'm also writing a book about this person who, you know, is a lot like me, who goes back and buys this house and lives in this neighborhood, and tries to repair the house and also to, you know, make some kind of new life here. So of course there was, I found myself writing a lot of memoir about what happened in my childhood in that house, in that neighborhood, and what it was like. And then started to have to confront this whole racist policy that had occurred, and, you know, what part did my family play in that? And, you know, it was rather soul searching. So, but when it was finished, I thought, you know, there's more to this book than just a novel. There's a story to be told here. And so I called the book East of Troost, which is, Troost is the barrier, that wall that was created. Troost is a street. And the book is East of Troost, which is what is still referred to. That's still how they call the neighborhood. They call it worse things than that, but East of Troost is everyone knows what that means. And that's where the book takes place, and that is what the book is about. So one of the things that's really made me think about is the power of the novel to educate or maybe illuminate is a better word too. I've been reading since I could, before I can remember. And I think of all the things I've learned from fiction, because it kind of sticks. It's stuck to a story. The things that when fiction, even if it's not historical fiction, but it's still about the way people think and maybe the way people reacted to things that are true in history. And it's very, you learn a lot of things through fiction. And so I worked on the novel some more, and now I've got it publisher, and it's about to be published. And I found my voice. And I've actually written several more novels that I hope to also publish after this one. They don't all deal with the same topic, but this one is close to my heart because it was kind of my lived reality. As teenagers, we were very idealistic about, ending the Vietnam War and ending racism and women finding their voice. And I kind of, I think we grew up and we kind of felt like we had solved those problems, and we so didn't. And the problems are worse than ever. And I think novels have a way of making a lot of subtle differences in the way people think about things. And, and people who are, we think we know about various issues, but maybe we don't really. And the novels can help people change their thinking, evolve their thinking, and do it in a way that's very interesting and readable and entertaining. So that's really what I'm now focused on. I have this book coming out. This is the book coming out in a few weeks. And then I have a couple more lined up after that. So that's my story. And it's where I'm going. Way, but you seem to be open to these things, and I think novels are a good way to do that.
So you have had an interesting life, Ellen, and you've managed to capture a part of history in this fiction novel. Why did you decide to fictionalize it?
I think because I started out to write a novel about this house, about, someone living in this house in the current time, moving back there, making a change. I didn't really know where it was going. On the first page, the narrator walks in the door and deals with the plaster on the floor, and then goes on from there. But and so I got into that, writing that novel. I was, I wanted to see what she did and how it worked out. So I kept writing the novel, but I kept finding myself writing about the past. And so I tried to keep it real. It was, what really happened to me in the past. But I never really wanted to try to do it as a memoir or as anything very academic. I don't feel like I have the background for that. But I could imagine this novel and make it fun to read when it wasn't sad to read, and still work in the past and how what happened 50 years ago has this huge impact on not only the neighborhood but the whole city. I mean, when you're sort of taught to hate these people that are moving in, or you're taught to be afraid of them because, they're taught that, they move in and then what happens? Your property values fall or there's crime. And so you're fearful, and then you don't like them. And then you run away and you never get a chance to find out that they're just people. And my parents stayed for a long time. They didn't have the money to move away. And so they did make a lot of friends in the neighborhood, and it did not, it was not terrible for them. But there was enough crime, and my father was ill, and so they did move away. And they were one of the last white families to leave that part of East of Troost. But that's why because I started with this story, and then I wanted to follow that main character and see where she went. So that's, I think, why I kept that up.
It's interesting that you are working on a piece of fiction that still applies to the United States today. The race relations issues in the US, a lot of people think after the civil rights movement got resolved, but they actually have not. I kind of feel like an outsider watching from the outside looking in, that there is still a lot of work to be done in terms of race relations in the United States. What is your feel? What is your take about the future for the United States right now?
It's worrisome right now because we've gone through a period where it was made okay to hate people for their religion and their color. Without getting too political, we had 4 years of an administration that really encouraged that behavior. And so then what happened at the election sort of encouraged it further, and that's still going on. So I'm hopeful, of course, because there's a lot going on. I mean, there are a lot of people who are getting more involved and voting more than they used to. But
Yes.
It's very discouraging that what we went through with it being made okay to hate, and just to not even think about people and their being just people. It's not just hating people, it's putting them in baskets and drawing lines and building walls, and figurative and unfigurative. It's crazy. So it's discouraging, but that makes me want to write these books and get people to read them.
I do like the fact that you fictionalized it, because sometimes it's easier to tell the truth through fiction than through reality. It's more palatable. Yes. People are more open to consuming the content because it's fictionalized. Whereas if you wrote it like a memoir, you would get a bit of resistance in terms of people accepting that body of content. So when you go back to when you started writing this book, if you could give advice to yourself, to the younger you at that point, let's say there's a young writer who is listening to us right now, has got a story, wanting to go the same route you have. What 3 nuggets of wisdom would you give them? What would you have given yourself as advice based on what you've learned so far?
Well, I think first of all, it would be to do this sooner. Don't wait till you're retired. For one thing, it's easier to get published, which is not surprising. It's easier to get an agent and a publisher when you've got a long writing career ahead of you. And why wait? I always felt like I had to work and make money and not end up in poverty and have an easier life than my parents did. And I didn't start soon enough. I was in a very busy job, and I felt like that was a good excuse, not to ever do it. So that's one piece of advice. And the other I think advice for me, it's not going to apply to every writer, but I think it applies to a lot of people, a lot of writers, is I'm an introvert, and in America, that's considered kind of a fault. It's kind of it's a handicap. And I would say you got to embrace that there's a lot of power in being an introvert and being thoughtful and turned inward. Doesn't necessarily mean you're shy, but it just means you've got a lot of depth that you can use as a writer, and really makes it easier to reach out to people through your writing. So that's I think that's one of the things I learned very late in life, that there's a lot of power in introversion.
Interesting perspective. Now, if I can take you into the future, you're now 100 years old. You have a fantastic career ahead of you.
Can't hear you. Can
You
you hear
can't
me?
hear me?
I can't hear you.
Oh, interesting. I can
can't hear
hear you. Hold on a second. Okay, can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Nicole,
I can't hear
I'll
you.
be with you soon. I'm running 5 minutes late, so bear with me. I'll be with you in a few minutes, okay? Thank you.
Can't hear. No
So it
sound.
looks like. Okay, so we had some technical issues with the rest of that interview. And what I did get the most from her was just the whole race relations issues in the United States right now. So Terry, I've just come back from Minneapolis, and the story she was portraying is a story that continues in the US. I was working in the George Floyd community, met a whole lot of people through Sister Atum. And what is your take on what she shared?
I think she was sort of hiding behind her true feelings, not wanting to be perceived as angry about the situation. Okay, so she turned around and wrote fiction instead of. Now, with me, I would let it all out, okay, because that's just the kind of person I am. You just tell the truth. And while she was talking, I Googled, of course, East of Truth, okay, and I knew exactly where she was going with that, but she was almost afraid to let her real feelings come out, as it were. And she's very disappointed with the race relations that are still going on. And she alluded to that when she talked about the previous administration. Okay, that it's all right. And to her, it's not okay. It's not all right. But she hasn't gotten to that point where she's ready to speak up and let her true voice be heard. So I think she does it through fiction.
Yeah, it's interesting that many people do have to find ways to protect themselves.
Yeah.
In situations like this. Part of the work that Sister Atum is doing in Minneapolis is working with different communities, just getting people to get in touch with their whiteness, for example, some of the so-called privileges that they have, and seeing things from a Black lens, from a different perspective, because I think as people of color, we have an advantage in that we live in both worlds. We live in both worlds very comfortably. We're in and out of the white world. We live in the Black world. They haven't crossed the bridge to come to our world. And I think that's where a lot of the fear and the uncertainty comes in. And when I lived in South Africa during apartheid, I lived in an all-white neighborhood. And for 7 years, none of my neighbors, nobody in my street talked to us, acknowledged us, except on Sunday. So on Sundays, when people were walking to church, if they happened to bump into you in the street, they would nod. And then one night, my next door neighbor had a heart attack, and they knew my husband was a doctor, and they came knocking on the door asking for help. So he went next door, he resuscitated this man, stabilized him. We got an ambulance to come in and help them. And from that day on, that couple told everybody in our street how wonderful we were. People started coming to introduce themselves to us and greet us. And it was the most bizarre experience because I had lived there for 7 years with no hello, good morning, away from a neighbor. It was a very, very surreal experience for us.
Well, they were believing all the things that other people have said about the other race, and they
Yeah,
had not experienced it themselves.
yeah.
It's just like when they'll come to you and they'll say, "Oh, I have a black girlfriend or I work with a black who's so and so, so and so," and I'm looking at her like, "Really? You're talking to me about that?" You know, it's like you don't have to prove to me that you're prejudiced. I already know that. Okay. And that's the first thing that comes to mind when somebody approaches me like that.
Yeah.
I'm letting you know I do talk to blacks. I have a black friend at work, and I'm like, I know you're prejudiced. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You don't have to be my friend. It's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And they
The
don't understand it.
racist issues in the US are it's fascinating. It's fascinating, especially for me as a person of color coming in from the outside and just being a fly on the wall and observing the dynamics that
Mhm,
go on.
mhm, mhm.
But thank you, Ellen, and thank you for fictionalizing your story. Sometimes you have to do that to protect yourself from
Yes.
your
Yeah.
own community.
Mhm,
And it's a very, very interesting time that we're living through right
mhm,
now.
mhm.
But I do think that the Trump presidency was a catalyst for good in the United States. I do feel that he took off the band-aid over a septic sore where people thought race relations issues had been dealt with in the 60s. And the honest truth is, you just slapped a band aid over that wound, and it's been festering underneath the surface and underneath the fiber of the American society. And now people are having to go into that wound and clean it out and deal with these issues.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, if there's any good that did come out of the Trump era, is people showed themselves up for who they are,
Mhm,
what they
mhm,
are, and
mm.
now the society has to deal with it.
Yeah.
That's just the fallout of that presidency.
Yeah. And it's we already knew, like I said, we already knew what was going on, and they're like really shocked. Did I really feel that way? You know,
Yeah.
um, all the things I did against people of another race. And then I watched. There was a PBS show this week on the Jews and the Nazis, and they go through the same thing. And so when we look at that, it's like, okay, so you guys are just realizing that this is what we've been going through all our lives.
Yeah.
you
It
know
is it is a fascinating dynamic.
yeah, it is.
So let's line up our next video. You're going to read the next bio, Terry?
Who would it be? Catherine Stark, maybe? Or
Yes. We've already done Catherine, have we not?
uh
The next
yeah,
one
we
could
did. She was the NFL. Yeah.
yeah, Amanda. Have you got Amanda's
I
bio
don't
there?
think I have Amanda.
Then Ania Khan would
I
be the
have
next
that one. That's the
one.
one
Okay.
I have. Yeah, I went through them. It's
Okay.
Ania Khan is the one.
Okay.
Okay. She is CEO of Rise Visible. Within 24 hours in the field, she is a highly sought after digital marketeer strategist, public speaker, and digital influencer. Rise Visible has been named top ranking woman owned digital agency by Clutch, best SEO agency in Eugene 2022 by Expertise, and is a certified disabled and woman owned business. She is also, excuse me, an internationally recognized and awarded visual artist, photographer, author who has shown in over 300 exhibitions in over 10 countries at places such as San Diego Art Institute, IMOCA, and the St. Louis Art Museum. She founded Create for Healing and the Oregon Disabled Business Owners Association. Ania also identifies as a disabled business owner, surviving and thriving with, I'm not sure what that Ehlers, it's a syndrome type 3. Well, I'm sure she'll tell us what it is. It's mast cell disease. Wow. Okay, I present to you Ania.
Thank you, Terry.
Okay.
My name is Ania Khan. I am 44 years old and I live in Eugene, Oregon. And my story is a story like many other women. It's a story of change. It's a story of growth and triumph and going through challenging times and trying to come through better than where we started. And by doing so, we help inspire other people to keep going because sometimes it's just a real challenge being alive. The world is a beautiful place, but it's challenging. And for me, my story started out when I was a very young girl. I was very sick. I was born very sick. And by the time I was in my I'd say early teens and in my 20s, I started to have a lot. I'm going to re-say that. So I'm going to say, and my story started when I was a lot younger. So when I was born with a lot of medical complications. But then as I was a young girl, I really didn't have a whole lot until I hit my early 20s and my late teens. And most of the time when I went to the doctor and shared my concerns, they said that it was mental health problems. It was often put off as anxiety or you're having panic attacks. And not that that was not partially the case, but that was something that really made me feel like I wasn't being listened to because I knew that there was something wrong. But the doctors didn't believe me. My family didn't believe me. So I just went through life just dealing with the complications and just assuming that it was all mental and being very down on myself, feeling pretty awful. And at one point in my life, I decided to relocate. I'm from Michigan and I relocated to St. Louis. And the idea was to go to school, to be a therapist, to figure out what my problems were. Like if I have problems, I want to understand them better. Plus, I just love human beings. I love to understand them. And psychology was just a passion from a very young age. And of course, I grew up in a really challenging environment. So I also wanted to understand my family a little bit more. I think there's a lot of people in the psychology field that go into it because they want to understand the world better or people that have been around them because we are often around people that challenge us. We want to understand them better. Why do they behave that way? Why are relationships this way? So that was my passion. And of course, to help people. How can I help people live better lives if they are struggling with mental health problems or they did come from a challenging environment like I did? How can I help them live a better life. So that was my goal. That was the road that I was on, and I was excited about it. Moving out of state was also exciting and terrifying. I was very like, okay, this is cool. And then when I got there, I was like, I know nobody. I know no roads. I do not know where a grocery store is. It was a lot of fun, but also very scary. And I applied for a job because obviously I needed to take care of myself, and applied for the college there and got accepted. And while I was in school and I was on my way to my new job, I felt something a little strange. I knew today was going to be a different day. I assumed it was partially because I was uncomfortable and I was going to an interview in a place that I didn't know, down streets I didn't know, in a city I didn't know, in a state I didn't actually know. But when I got there within an hour, I heard some screaming from the back, and I went back to the break room, and there was a group of staff that I had worked with for maybe an hour, all staring at a TV screen looking at 9/11. And I just felt completely uncomfortable. I didn't know what to do with myself. So I asked if I could leave, and I never returned. In that, at the same time, I was starting to have a reoccurrence and more extreme health circumstances. I went ahead and volunteered at the local Red Cross for a while because I couldn't actually find work. It was very hard after 9/11 to find work. And then when I started running out of money and my health wasn't doing well, I had to come up with a different way to think about how I could make money. And in 1998, I had a really good friend of mine who worked for a web design company, and they all got new computers. And my friend asked me, do you want this computer? It has all the software on it. So of course I'm like, yeah, that'd be great. I did music at the time. I was able to create album covers and do lots of creative stuff. So I said, sure. And over those years up till 9/11, it was a fun, enjoyable thing. It was not something I thought of as any profession. I grew up in a household that would never look at anything really creative like that as something that would be a good job. So I didn't think about it like that. But in the circumstance, I started to think about how could I utilize those skills to maybe help take care of myself. So I called up a friend who knew somebody who worked for a local company. I went to that agency. I had an interview. And when I walked in the door within a short period of time, they just looked at me and they were like, yeah, you could come back in 10 to 20 years. Like, my portfolio was poor, which is understood. I didn't have any schooling. I learned everything on my own. It wasn't something I was dedicated to for those years and mastered it. It was a fun little hobby. So I went home and I thought, well, maybe I should just try to do it myself. So I started asking friends and people that I knew if they needed a website or they needed graphic design. And over time, it became something that I'm now sitting here 24 years later doing. And it was not the trajectory of my life that I had expected. It is not what I had hoped or I had wished for. But over those years of being able to lean into something that was able to support me in a way that I needed, because I couldn't conventionally go out and get a 9-to-5 job for many years, that was something that supported me. And over this time, by the time 2012 happened, there was a large shift in my life. I ended up on a feeding tube formula. I ended up having doctors yelling at me. So from 2001 all the way to that time, it was a slow progression of my health just getting worse and worse and worse, and doctors continually gaslighting me. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. We can't find anything wrong with you. I know there's something wrong with me. And even friends and family, as much as I love them, started to not believe me, because they have people in the medical field going like, there's nothing wrong here. There's nothing wrong. why would they believe me over a medical professional? Over years, I understand, of course, there would be confusion between it. Let me say that again. I understand that there would be confusion and not really believe the professional maybe in the beginning, like, oh, you might be missing something. But when you go on 10 years, 20 years, people start to like not believe what you're saying anymore. You're looked at as a hypochondriac. You're looked at as neurotic. I mean, one of my biggest things that I wish is that my mother never actually knew that I had a real disorder. She died in 2013, and I didn't get my first diagnosis until 2018. And I didn't get my big umbrella diagnosis until last year, 2021 in July. And I know that somebody I loved very much in my life had passed away thinking that I was a neurotic person, that believed I had something wrong with myself that I didn't. It's been a really tough road to not be believed by pretty much everybody you know, and to know in your heart that you know your truth. But I never gave up, and that is something that I really feel is important to put out in the world. I never gave up. Did I want to? Yeah. Were there moments that I did? Absolutely there were. But I got back up and I continued to believe in myself. I moved across the country from St. Louis to Oregon because I knew I'd get better medical opportunities here. And within a year of moving to Oregon is when I got my first diagnosis with mast cell activation disorder, which is a severe allergic reaction disorder. I'm allergic to laughing, crying, heat, cold, 90% of food. It's kind of like being a bubble person. And then in 2021, I was diagnosed with EDS, Ehlers-Danlos. And as a businesswoman, as an internationally renowned artist, as somebody who is considered a public figure, it was difficult for me to want to ever own it. And at times, I would vanity search myself, like, oh, I wanted to see what press had come out, or I wanted to see, what exhibitions were going on, or where I was listed so I could update my CV. And when you put my name into Google and you put Anya Khan, the first thing that comes up, it prompts it is illness. And the second is artist. And I realized in that moment years ago that I couldn't escape it. But without a diagnosis, how could I self-identify as a disabled business owner? I couldn't, because I had nothing to claim. I had nothing to prove. I had nothing. So when I got diagnosed last year, I decided it was time to just step up and step out and just accept who I am, because disabilities, majority of them are invisible. And we have hundreds of people around us every day that are walking this earth with invisible disabilities that we'd never know. And for me, it's important to share because I don't look like somebody with a disability. I've had plenty of people say to me, even a recent person that interviewed me said, when I got your information, I didn't think you looked disabled. And that's a common thing that happens, is people just don't understand that disability doesn't have to be visible. You don't have to be in a wheelchair. You don't have to have something so visibly specific. There are a lot of invisible disabilities. So for me, I'm out there championing. I'm out there. I can't say that word. Okay. I'm going to say that again. I am out there encouraging people to step into their power if that's what feels comfortable to them. And sometimes people with disabilities don't want to share, and that's okay too. We have to forge our own journey. But the more of us that are visible, and the more of us that stand up and are willing to share our vulnerabilities and our softest spots, and to be transparent and to be truly honest with who we are, the more we empower other people to do that in every aspect of their life. It doesn't matter if they're a disability. It could mean anything. Sometimes it's hard for people to step into their truths because they're so afraid of being chastised, being judged, people being cruel to them. And it's important for us to realize that as we step into these kinds of things and we become more open, that it becomes not as strange anymore. It's not so strange to see a model in a magazine with vitiligo. It's not so strange to see differences, because the world has completely made us believe that we should all look specifically a certain way. We should be perfect and look like this and have this color hair and this color eyes and this shape of body. And we are not. We're beautiful, and we are filled with diversity. We are filled with uniqueness. And I just want to encourage other people to step into their uniqueness and know that there are people out there who will claim you as part of their group and who will love you for who you are. Wow, that was 15 minutes exactly. Wow.
I love it. Your timing is so perfect.
Minutes exactly.
Exactly 15 minutes. Absolutely wonderful.
Wow.
Okay, so now we'll go into our Q&A session, and I'll edit out all of those little bits. Don't worry about that.
That'd
Okay?
be great.
And so what I'll also do is I'll display your website at the bottom of the screen in case anybody wants to get in touch with you as well.
Okay.
All right, here we go. So thank you so much for this amazing story. You know, it's really sad that a lot of people with disabilities that are not visible actually go through so much to try and prove that they're not well.
Yes.
Now, if there is someone who is listening in to this interview right now, first of all, share a few of the symptoms that you had, the things that you were feeling that told you that you were not okay. And then tell me, in retrospect, if you could go back to the younger you and give that young girl 3 nuggets of wisdom, 3 steps, pieces of advice, what would that be for them to show people what they're feeling, that they need help?
So for me, what I went through was I was having my throat completely close on me. I was having food getting completely embedded in my digestive tract. I was breaking out with hives. I was almost blacking out. I couldn't barely swallow. I couldn't barely think. I had constant brain fog. I was in panic attacks like numerous times a day. I just, everything about my life felt out of control. There's not a part of me that I don't think was affected. And even this day, like when I got my diagnosis, my doctor, asked me what my top problems were. And I said, well, it's my heart, and digestive tract. And he's like, well, what about pain? And I'm like, and I started crying. I was like, I guess I never really noticed that I was in pain. I guess I'm in pain all the time. I just manage it. And he's like, yeah, it's pretty common. And so I was in pain all the time. My stomach was in pain all the time. I mean, anything you could think of was happening. It's a multi-system disorder. And so my autonomic nervous system was just on fire. Everything was just crazy. And I can't control it. So I can't control if I'm going to have an allergic reaction. I can't control if my heart rate is going to go out of control or my temperature is going to fluctuate, and I can't control that either. So for me, if I could go back and I could talk to myself at that point, of course, my number one thing would be I'd love to tell her exactly what's going on, right? But that's really not the type of wisdom that we're looking for, I'd assume, because obviously hindsight's 2020. If I knew, I knew, but I don't. But what I would tell her is to keep going, and what she's doing is right. To just not give up no matter what. Do not let anybody get in your way. I would tell her that it's okay to be sick, and it doesn't make you less of a human being. And I would also tell her that just because people don't believe you doesn't mean it's not true.
Wow. That's some really good advice. And you have to trust your intuition with things like this.
Yes, you
Because
do.
only you who knows how you're feeling, right?
Yes, you do. And the one thing I've always really enjoyed hearing is when somebody says, if you feel it, it doesn't matter if it's true or not, it's your reality. And that's it. No one has to believe it but you. If you are feeling scared, if you are feeling sick, even if it's not even true, let's say like you aren't really sick, but this is how you're feeling. This is your reality. That's your experience. That's yours.
I love that. Now, if I can take you into the future,
Mm-hmm.
you're now 100 years old. You're sitting in your rocking chair, surrounded by your children, your grandchildren, your dogs, your cats, your birds, whatever that's going to be. And if you could have a conversation with this wise woman, the woman you are becoming now, and have a conversation with her based on how you're living your life right now, what would you say to her?
What would I say to my future self? To the wise woman. That's a tough one because I feel like it would be backwards. So let me just clarify. I am speaking as myself now to my older self.
You know, the reason why I'm asking this question to all the women who come on my podcast is because a lot of women don't realize they have a lot of wisdom in them already. You knew you weren't well, and you went on a quest to find a way to help yourself.
Totally.
And I go into meditation when I am feeling stuck, and I tune into the energy of the wise person who's leading me there. And I ask her questions, and she's guiding me.
It's true.
So that's the reason why I asked this question. If you had an opportunity to finally meet the you that you are becoming,
I see.
what would you say to her?
I love what you're saying here, and I love your explanation because you're right. I think we sometimes don't recognize the wisdom we have in the moment, and we're always seeking that wisdom. I would tell that person that future self that I was really just proud of who I am, and that I can't wait to go from right now to completely meet her and be fused together. That I feel in this very moment that I am in a place where I'm finally feeling that I've hit this nice space of like, I get it and life is okay and I am guided and I know she's waiting for me. Before I didn't believe that. I didn't believe there was, it's going to make me cry. I didn't believe there was a future self. I spent, so many years of my life thinking I was going to die. And I still do. Like, that's just transparency. Like, every day I think about, am I going to make it? I see my gray hair and I'm so just thankful that I'm here. And so to just know that I've made it this far and to know that I'm probably going to make it farther than I thought, I'm just excited to get there. I'm excited for now, but I'm excited that I do actually have a future. I can future focus. I can think about that woman in my future before I could have never imagined her.
Oh, that is so beautiful. Wow. Wow. And the honest truth is we are all going to die.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of when.
Yep.
The important thing is what we do from the day we are born until that end point. How we live our lives in the moment, doing the best we can.
Yes.
So, Rise Visible, tell us a little bit about your business. How did you come upon this name? It's very inspiring. I'm sure there's a story around that as well.
Thank you. Well, Rise Visible is a digital marketing agency, and we do all forms of digital marketing. We do SEO, we do web design, e-commerce platforms, we build educational platforms, we do all the things. Anything you could think of, we probably do it. And like I had mentioned, it had started as this little fun thing and it turned into this passion, because for me, I could not connect with the world in the way everybody else could. Like before COVID, I wore masks. Now, like there were only black masks when I had to wear a mask. Now it's like a fashion like thing. Like I'm like, wow, there's so many. I was hoping to not be in that. I was hoping to join you guys not wearing masks, but apparently you guys have joined me at this point. But what I'm trying to say is I was isolated before COVID. I was wearing masks before COVID. I was very disconnected. So digital marketing for me and being able to connect through the internet was like one of the hardest things for me to be able to do, because we didn't have things like Zoom. We didn't have other components like we've all adapted to now. So I had to find different ways to gain visibility, to gain community, and to connect with people. And that's how I became an excellent digital marketer, was because I needed to rise and be visible. I needed to be visible. The name has not always been Rise Visible. We had a much more difficult name that I used, and I thought it was fun and I liked it. And we do branding and I knew better. I did, but I just liked it and it was my thing. So I did it. But my name's already hard to say. And the business name was a little challenging to say. So it wasn't but last March that we decided it was time to change the name. Plus, I was stepping into a different role. I was stepping into a different me. And I was ready to shed all of my past and really look at who I was. It took us a very long time to come up with the name, because it's hard to find names that are 2 words long where you could get the .com, you can get the social media handles. It's almost impossible. It took us weeks, even months, I think now, when I think about it, just putting names together. But again, it's Rise Visible. We help people rise up and gain visibility. We help as a company not just provide services for small businesses. We also provide community support. So we're really big about how we show up with accessibility on our website, how we provide accessibility options for our clients for their websites. We also stand very strong in speaking out about diversity and about disability inclusion in marketing, as well as DEI. So our company, I mean, even on our homepage, I decided to make sure that people were represented. There is a wonderful looking business photo with somebody in a wheelchair. And I almost didn't do that. I thought, no, this is a disabled owned business. Like, I want to show us for who we are. And if someone judges me for that, that it's not somebody I want to work with. So we help our clients and ourselves rise and be visible, be able to speak and talk and be seen in the world. We all deserve to have our voice heard, every single one of us, everyone.
I love it. You know, I just won the New Zealand Australia Women in Technology Awards for an app called the Diversity Connector. And as you're speaking, I'm just getting goosebumps, because you're the kind of people I'm looking for this app.
Aww.
Yeah. Diversity comes in so many different ways.
It does.
It's our abilities, it's our skin color, it's just a wide range. And what I'm trying to do is to create a platform where people can find people who are different and give them an opportunity for employment, to sell their product, to run workshops. So you and I are going to be talking. I noticed that you did tick the box on my form for the reality TV show. Let me tell you a little bit about what that is.
Sure.
As a filmmaker, I've observed how people become famous through reality TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to create a show that has purpose.
Mm-hmm.
What I see is very frivolous, it's drama, it's negative.
Yeah.
So imagine a show like The Voice, American Idol, but for female speakers.
Mm-hmm.
And you are coming to share your story like you're doing a TED Talk. I'm a 3-time TED speaker. I've hacked how to get on TED.
I love you. That is on my bucket list.
Okay. So I coach women to get on TED. I
Mhm.
coach women to get their videos to go viral, to
Nice.
gain influence through a TED Talk. So you'll get access to my video coaching program if you say yes.
Okay.
So we'll get you on TED. We'll get you to participate in this show. So it's a 15-minute speech.
Mhm.
Now, the difference with my platform is I want a transfer of knowledge.
Sure.
So women get to run workshops.
Mhm.
My community now has about 50,000 women in 25 countries.
Wow. Congratulations.
Imagine that person who's going through what you went through, and they
Mhm.
get access to you, and
Mhm.
you record a video course that can go out to them. And
Mhm.
we help you develop an app that can keep somebody motivated, energized, with tips, with ideas.
Mm.
Everything you have gone through, we will curate all of that knowledge into a program. And they could be somebody who says, look, I want you to coach me one-on-one. I've got the money. Please help me.
Mhm.
So that's another aspect. Now, I've pitched this to Oprah's network. I was interviewed last week by one of Oprah's producers. I know, and it's
For
so
you.
fun. I was interviewing another American woman just like this, and
Mhm.
I talked about it. I've been talking about it to everyone, right?
Yeah.
And she said, Gertrude, Oprah is looking for Black women to come onto their platform with reality TV shows. So she did one phone call. She connects me with the producer. I got interviewed last week. She did say to me that my disadvantage is most shows are frivolous, they're negative, they have drama, so I might not get in because of that.
Mm.
Put me forward, but she said what she would suggest is that I produce it myself,
Sure.
take the first series, and
Mhm.
then pitch it again with some success.
For
And then
sure. Yeah.
pitch it to get the distribution rights. So
Mhm.
we own the content.
Good idea. Yeah. Same.
So what I'm doing is I'm looking for 100 women who
Mhm.
come in at $10,000 each. You get your investment back at 8% in 18 to 24 months.
Mhm.
If I get 100 women, I will raise $1 million. We will produce it ourselves,
That'll be
and we will go to
amazing.
market and just do this.
Yeah.
So I will send you a video just again describing everything. Then
Sure.
we'll schedule an appointment where we will connect for an hour.
Okay.
I'm leaving for LA tomorrow to meet the first 10 women who've said yes.
Nice.
So if things work out, I might just meet you, or we could meet halfway somewhere. And let's just do it. I just found my film crew today as well, again through another interview I was doing with an
Oh
American
my
woman.
goodness. That's
It's
awesome.
so beautiful the way it's falling into place.
Oh, that's so great.
Oh,
And you know, there
okay, Terry. So that was a bit of an adventure with regards to our upcoming reality TV show. As you know, when I came, I got to meet you. You're one of the women who's coming on board with this amazing show. I managed to get accommodation for us, for the team here in Melbourne. So you'll be getting an email later today. Working on New Zealand now, but it is falling into place in a very, very, very magical way. It's a very exciting time to be alive.
Yeah, it is. It really is. I'm trying to figure out airfare and everything else at this point.
And it would be good if you guys could all travel together. I know Comfort is coming, and she wants to run a women's retreat in either Bali or Fiji on the way in or on the way out. So we're busy trying to figure that out as well. So if you come to this part of the world, you might as well see a bit of the
Yeah,
region
yeah.
and kind
The
of
date,
break up the trip as well.
yeah, we're gonna need to talk about those dates though. I need to talk to you about some stuff. But anyway, not that I'm not coming. Okay.
Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. So let's move on to our next speaker. We have Amanda Butler. Now, Amanda is a licensed marriage and family therapist. as well as an energy healer and life coach. She received a Master's of Arts degree in counseling psychology from Pacifica Graduate Institute in Santa Barbara, California, where she completed an extensive course of study that included a lot of methodologies. Amanda has trained in individual and couple therapy, multiple energy healing modalities, and creative arts therapeutic interventions. She integrates these complementary methodologies to offer a highly personalized approach tailored to each client. Her approach to healing is person-centered, it's gentle and direct, with an emphasis on providing support and practical feedback to help clients effectively change their life and deal with their life challenges. So, Amanda, thank you so much for coming on board, sharing your story with us today, and being a part of our tribe. You know, healing modalities are one of the things I'm really passionate about, knowing that there's different ways to healing. So, this is Amanda Butler from California.
Is Amanda Butler. I'm based in Salt Lake City, Utah, in the United States. I am 41 years old, and this is my story. It starts when I was about 12 years old in the 7th or 8th grade, I think 8th, having lunch with my friends in the cafeteria. And there was this boy that I really liked at school, had a big crush on, and I hadn't really told anybody that I liked him. But somehow somebody found out. And so some of his friends came over to the table where I was sitting and gave me this bag of Skittles and said, oh, they're from this boy and he wants us to give you these because he really likes you. And so I was really happy about that at first. And then like 3 minutes later, something like that, his friends came back over and said, just kidding, and took the Skittles back. And that little incident seemed to set the tone for everything in my love life and even kind of other relationships going forward, where I'd always been fascinated by romantic relationships and had always dreamed of and wanted that ideal relationship ever since I was a child. But ever since then, it always felt out of reach. I would meet someone and be really interested in them, but they wouldn't be interested in me, or they would be interested for a while and then change their mind and decide they weren't interested. And so it was always just this cycle of disappointment where other times I would meet someone and they would be really interested in me, but there would be like a ton of red flags that I was seeing on their end, and didn't seem like there was much hope for a relationship with all of that going on, or I wouldn't be very interested in them. And this continued on while I was going to university, and all of my friends, or most of my friends, were getting married and settling down and having families. And I started to think that there was something very wrong with me. And so after a breakup with a boyfriend who I had dated, who was also dating my roommate behind my back, I kind of gave up for a while and just focused on my career. Then I met someone else who I started a long distance relationship with, and that didn't work out either. And after that, I was just really devastated and kind of gave up on anything to do with relationships at all, because it just started to seem really hopeless. So I focused much more on my career. I had been working in the life science field and wasn't enjoying that very much. So I decided to go back to school and get a graduate degree in English that would allow me to still work in the life sciences, but as a writer, which was something I thought I might enjoy more. And I enjoyed the classes at school and had a nice time with that, but actually working in the field wasn't very fun. It got kind of dull and repetitive. And so I felt like a huge failure in two of the areas in life that I consider really important, that are most important to me: career and, intimate relationships. This kind of continued on into my mid-30s. And when I was about 35, I was struggling to get over another kind of relationship or situationship that hadn't worked out. And I was just looking for something, anything to do to take my mind off of it, where I might meet some other people or make friends, or at least not be depressed for a little while. And I found this event put on by a local psychological organization where this man who is a therapist with a specialty in dreams was giving a talk about like dialoguing with your dreams and getting answers from your dreams, things like that. And so I thought, oh, that sounds interesting. So I clicked on that and read the description, and I saw a picture of this person down at the bottom of the screen. And it was like, why does this person look so familiar? It was like I already knew him from somewhere or felt some kind of weird connection or familiarity. But I just kind of wrote it off and didn't think about it, and then just went to the event, which was a fun event, and I learned a lot, and spoke to this person for a few minutes at the end of it and didn't think much of it. And at the event, they were also looking for volunteers for the organization, and I felt kind of this intuitive nudge to go for it, and that maybe there were some things that I could write to contribute to their website, and that might be fun. So I volunteered, and through volunteering, I actually got to know this person very well. He was is a therapist who specializes in doing a lot of things with dreams and dream work. And as I got to know him, I fell just like crazy in love with him, just head over heels. It felt like there was this intense connection, like he was, the missing half of my soul, everything I could have ever wanted in a relationship. And it was kind of like, finally, I've met someone who I really connect with, who I have actually a lot in common with, and who I genuinely really like talking to and spending time with. All of this had been kind of missing in other relationship situations. And when I said something to him about it a couple of times, he shut it down hard both times. And he was really only interested in being friends, which was devastating to me. And so in 2016, I had kind of hit rock bottom with career things and with relationship things. I was at this job that I didn't like. And I kept having the thought of, if I have to do this job or something like it at this company or a similar place for the next 30 or 35 years, what's the point of even going on? That's not a life that I would want to live. And then I'm also alone. I don't meet anyone who I'm interested in that's also interested in me. I met this great person, but he wasn't interested. And, what's the point of any of this? And those kinds of dark thoughts had been brewing for a while throughout my 20s and 30s, and causing me to feel really low a lot of the time, really depressed. And finally, the week of my 36th birthday, it was one of the lowest points in my life where I really was thinking, why even be here anymore? Why continue on with this? What's the point? There's no point to this. And so because of this person's influence, who I mentioned, I was working a lot with my own dreams and writing down questions before I go to bed that the dream could answer in some way for me. And so one night I wrote down, why should I go on living? And I had some kind of dream that I didn't remember. It didn't seem to answer my question. And I thought, oh, okay, well, I guess it really doesn't matter what I do then. But a friend of mine on Facebook, who I grew up with, had seen that it was my birthday, and she reached out to say hi and said she was in town visiting her mom and stepdad and asked if I wanted to hang out. And I did. And so I went and spent some time with her. And the backstory on this is that when we were in about 5th grade. Her mom had an affair with someone else in the neighborhood, then divorced her dad, and they moved to a different city. And about 10 years after that, her dad died by suicide. And as I was talking to my friend, it was clear that she had really suffered a great deal due to what had happened with her dad. It had happened when we were both 20. And it was really sad for me when I heard about it. So obviously very devastating for her. And she spent most of our time hanging out talking about her trauma that she had experienced from that. And as I was driving back from this, there was kind of my own internal monologue saying, okay, look how she was affected by what happened. Do you want to affect your family, your friends that way? And the thought was, well, absolutely not. So in that impulse or thought of ending a life, underneath that darker thought, there was a piece of light around, it's not about ending your life, it's about ending life circumstances that don't work. And so I reflected on that and reflected also more on, what was this situation with this man that I had met really telling me. And through that reflection, it seemed to be pointing me in the direction of actually following in this person's footsteps and becoming a therapist. I'd always had an interest in psychology, but I didn't think I could make much of a career of it. And so I kind of pushed it to the side and had focused on other things. But the more and more I was involved with the psychological organization I was volunteering with and getting to know this person and seeing how my friend was suffering, but I couldn't really do anything to help her, that just really seemed to be something that was calling to me. This is something that you can do to help others. And this situation with this man, even though it's disappointing because it didn't work out the way that I wanted it to, it's calling me towards something else. It's pointing me in this other direction that is more of a fit for me. It's what I'm recognizing in him that is so familiar or feels like connection is something that is actually in me, something that I'm seeing in him that I'm unable to claim or live out fully in myself. And so maybe it's time to claim that and act on it. And so I kind of pulled myself up from where I was at and applied to some different schools, got into the same one where this person had gotten his degree, and started the process of actually becoming a therapist. Here in the United States, it's a master's degree followed by about 2 or 3 years of supervised training, pretty long and intense process. And one of the things I admired about this person that I had met, aside from, his work as a therapist helping others, was that he had his own business and he had a lot of freedom because of that and ability to live his life the way that he wanted, which I didn't have because I was kind of stuck in this corporate situation where I always had to be in the office. And that was appealing too. And so just this past year, I finished my 2 to 3 years of training and started my own therapy practice. And along with kind of the inner work and personal reflection I had been doing about this situation and my life overall, I had also taken an interest in energy work and in the idea that maybe there actually is some power higher than my ego, greater than, just me, that is actually paying attention to me and cares about what happens to me. Because, the dream question that I answered wasn't answered by a dream. It was answered by life. And I had grown up religious, but hadn't felt, really anything as far as any kind of spiritual experiences or anything in that religion. However, the dream experience and this connection with this person all felt very spiritual to me and seemed to be pointing me in the direction of actually there is some higher force out there who cares about you. And through learning about energy work and getting trained in that, it helped me to really feel this connection of, yes, there is this higher power, and we're all a part of that, or it's a part of us. And that divinity, that light that we sometimes see in other people, the god or goddess that we see in someone else when we fall in love with them, that's also in us. And a big lesson in all of this for me was that even a relationship that doesn't work out the way that I wanted this was still a gift, because I needed this other person to become the person that I am supposed to be. Like that idea of Ubuntu, we become a person through other persons. And so this is, the message that I want to give to other people, is that even in these things that seem really dark and disappointing, there can be a gift that can be pointing towards an inner light.
Wow, what a journey you've been on, Amanda.
Thank you.
Wow, you and I share quite a bit in terms of our lives. I am a die-hard romantic. I was married for 27 years to a man I thought I would die with. We met when I was 17. We had 3 beautiful children.
Wow.
And then 31 years later, everything crashed, everything collapsed. I ended up with congestive heart failure due to hypertension and stress. And I'm slowly rebuilding my life. I met a second man who seemed to be the one. That hasn't worked out either. And I smile as you tell your story, because I see reflections of mine in that. And it's interesting because we look to ourselves for fault. Like, what is wrong with me? Why is this happening? For me, my ex got interested in somebody else, and I made the decision to leave the relationship. And it was because I was having a recurring dream that I was going to commit suicide on my balcony. And the person who would find me was my youngest son when he came home from school. And the human mind is an amazing thing. It can take us to very dark places. And sadness and depression impacts the physical body. I mean, I'm still recovering from heart failure. But what you've shared is really interesting, in that sometimes the people we meet are reflecting back to us something that is missing in us.
Right.
I can so see that now just by listening to you speaking right now. And it gives me hope. What I've decided to do now is to fill myself up with love. I take myself out on dates. I go for a walk on the beach. Sometimes I've got a bottle of sparkling grape juice because I don't drink wine, and I have 2 glasses, and I imagine myself one day being with that person who will fully complement who I am.
Right.
Now, a lot of women give up hope. I said a lot of us beat ourselves up. We blame ourselves for the things that go wrong in our lives. So if there's somebody who's listening to this interview right now, what 3 nuggets of wisdom can you give? A 3-step process to get yourself out of a dark place so you can see that there is light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay. So the first step would be looking at, what do I need to feel better right now? Like you talked about the mind-body connection, things like depression and anxiety having an effect on the body. Looking at, what do I need for my body to feel better? Because often when we take care of something the body needs, it can help bring down that level of stress, that level of anxiety, kind of reduce some of the depression, and then we can get into a better headspace. So if the body is needing rest, or to just sit for a minute and breathe, or to have a glass of water, and then just take that time to be with the body and listen to what the body needs. And then from there, when there's more of that, calmer state, kind of turning within yourself and, let's say, looking at something like what is the gold that's hidden in this situation. Joseph Campbell has a quote that says something like, "The gold is in the dark," or "The cave you fear to enter is what holds your treasure." And so what might be the treasure here? What might be something that is a glimmer that you can follow out of the darkness? Like the image of, a firefly on a dark night. Maybe that can provide just enough light that you can see something. And so what is the glimmer that you see that might be pointing you towards something? And when you can see maybe what that something is, that is the glimmer of light, what is the one smallest step that you can take to follow that glimmer of light? And so if we're, let's say, talking about an unrequited love situation, looking at the glimmer could be, did I learn something from this that I can use in a relationship moving forward? And if I did, okay, what is one step I can take towards putting this learning to use? And maybe that step is just writing down what the thing is that I feel like I learned.
I absolutely love that. And we're always searching, we're always looking for a way out of the darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you come to talking about dreams, one of the things that I learned about my dreams is we do have the solution to all of the issues we encounter in life.
Right.
And I met a very amazing therapist who showed me how to go into a meditative state before I sleep. And if I am struggling with something I'm trying to figure out, I ask myself the question. Sometimes it could be as simple as, what is my next step? What am I supposed to do now?
Mm-hmm.
And I will wake up in the morning, sometimes with clear words in my head of the next action steps I should take.
Mm-hmm.
Or I could be in conversation with someone else and I will mention this thing I'm trying to figure out, and they will say something. And it's these little synchronistic happenings that kind of guide me.
Mm-hmm.
So dreams, tell us a little bit about our dreams and how they guide us as women.
So how our dreams can guide us as women. And so as women, we are naturally very intuitive. All of us, whatever our gender, are intuitive. In women, it's maybe more acceptable to lean towards and follow that intuition. And so being intuitive beings, dreams are just another way of tapping into that intuition. And that intuition for me, in my worldview, is part of how we connect with the divine spark that we are, the divinity that we're part of, that is part of us. The intuition, the dreams, those are some of the ways that we can connect with that kind of higher part of ourselves. And so the funny thing about working with our dreams and working with our intuition is that when we take notice of that and start connecting with that, it starts connecting back with us. We take a step toward it, and it takes one or maybe two steps towards us. Once we show that we're interested and paying attention, it steps up and starts showing us things. And so as women, we maybe are more naturally inclined toward paying attention to that and accepting it as real, accepting it as valid. And the more that we can do that, like lean into that intuition, connect with those synchronicities, the dreams and things that we see, the more that we will experience of that. And so really kind of embracing that birthright as humans, and particularly women, to access that intuition, I think.
I love that. Yeah, your intuition is almost like a muscle.
Mm-hmm.
And the more we use it, the stronger it gets. And the stronger it gets, the more we use it.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that. So, again, if there was somebody who is listening to this conversation and is at that brink of giving up,
Mm-hmm.
they've met several people, they've tried several things, nothing is really happening for them.
Mm-hmm.
What would be the next step? Do you give up? Do you keep going? How do you remain positive in that
Mm-hmm.
situation?
So giving up is sometimes another way, maybe a less hopeful way of saying letting go. So I wouldn't ever recommend that anybody give up, so to speak, but there comes a point where maybe it's time to let go of certain outcomes and take a step back. And so there is the saying like, let go and let God. But if the word God doesn't connect with people for whatever reason, letting go and finding a way to trust the mystery, letting go and finding a way to trust that maybe this is just not the thing to focus on right now. Maybe there is somewhere else that would be a good place to redirect your attention. And oftentimes when somebody is just focused on, okay, I'm going to let go of the relationship situation, or I'm going to let go of, you know, whatever is going on in my job situation and just kind of live my life and see what finds me, then things open up somehow, because that's just how it seems to happen. And so the thing to do would be to let go and to just focus on what is one thing I could do today that I would enjoy, that would bring me some kind of joy, and put my focus on that and kind of go from there.
I like that. Yeah, with the letting go, you create a vacuum for something else to come in.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you are filling that space with expectation, with hope. And when it doesn't come, you get more frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't mean you're letting go of the dream. You're just backing off from it just for a
Mm-hmm.
little bit to create
Yeah.
a vacuum. I
Mm-hmm.
love that.
Thanks.
Now, if I could take you into the future, I believe that time is an illusion and time doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Our past, our present, our future exists right now in this moment. And if I could take you to have a conversation with the future you at the age of 100,
Mm-hmm.
you've now met your soulmate. You are sitting in your rocking chair, surrounded by children, dogs, cats, grandchildren, you name it.
Mm-hmm.
If you could go into the future and have a conversation with this wise woman who has led you to that point, what would you say to her based on how you're living your life right now?
I would want to ask her, how did all of the pieces come together? How did all of the dots connect? And I would like to see from her perspective how things that maybe I hated experiencing in the moment actually worked out pretty well for me. And I would want her feedback on how what I'm doing now might connect into some bigger picture, some way of helping others or doing good in the world, and sort of connecting the dots of my own life, looking back, and also connecting those dots into how does this connect into some kind of bigger picture. And that's really what I would want to hear from my older self.
I love that. I love sharing that because I believe we do have all of the answers to all of our problems.
Mm-hmm.
And I go into a meditative state when I get stuck sometimes. And I'll ask myself simple questions like, what is my next step?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll wake up in the morning, sometimes with very, very clear action steps. Like I said, sometimes I'll be talking to someone the next day and they'll say something connected
Right.
to what I'm trying to figure out. But I think we are born with all of the answers and all of the solutions to the issues we have in life. And we need to know that it is within us.
Right.
A lot of times, as women, we look outside of ourselves for those answers and we
Mm-hmm.
forget just to go back
Right.
deep down to find them. So I really thank you for coming online today and sharing your story. Thank you for being vulnerable in the sharing of it. You know, it's when we start sharing these stories that we change the world. Your story is probably the light at the end of somebody's tunnel right now, someone who's about to give up. The story of
Mm-hmm.
your friend and how her father committed suicide and the timing of that story in your life as well was so
Mm-hmm.
pivotal in
Mm-hmm.
helping you get to this point. So stories are powerful, and that's the reason why I do what I do.
Mm-hmm.
And I also believe that stories are medicine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the minute you tell your story to someone else, the problem is halved. In Africa, we actually
Right.
believe that a problem shared is a problem halved.
Mm-hmm.
So look for someone you can talk to, look for someone you can confide in. They will
Right.
carry the story with you and lighten the burden as well. So we've got your website playing at the bottom of the screen. If anybody would like to get in touch with Amanda, please reach out to her. Don't suffer in silence. Don't try and figure things out on your own. If you need that support, there's professionals out there that can help you with anything you're going through in life. So thank you again, Amanda, for
Thank
this
you.
amazing interview. And
Thank
thank you
you.
to everybody who's tuned in today. The Her Story Circle is attracting some phenomenal women who are showing up every single day with solutions, with stories that bring about light. So come back again tomorrow when I interview yet another amazing woman. In the meantime, have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And bye for now. Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you.
There we go, Miss Terry. Yet another amazing young woman. Again, talking on the pivotal issues that affect women worldwide: relationships, disappointments, heartache. What was your take, Terry?
I believe that, yes, we should learn something from those. We just don't dismiss them as occurrences. Um, and the other thing that I truly believe, it's like when you're in a relationship, you're in that relationship for a reason. Okay. It may not be the reason you think it should be. Okay. But you do have to think about it because our steps are ordered. And I truly believe that. And we just have to go through some things. I really
Yeah,
and truly believe that. We just have to go through some things. We have to persevere, because I believe that what is my favorite? I know the what I have for you in Jeremiah, and that's just we have to. We don't like it, but we do.
it's
Yeah,
so true.
yeah, yeah. And
It's so true.
I've had some lows, some really dark moments, and it's like, okay, so what am I going to learn from this? Okay, I've been put in this situation, and I wouldn't be put in this situation if I couldn't get myself through it. So let's just go get through it. You've got the tools, get through it.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's incredible. So let's move on to our next speaker, Terry. Who do we have next? I think I emailed you the bios
You
of
did. Let
the
me
video.
just pull it up here. You didn't give me any particular order, so how about Ann? Pointer.
Okay.
Oh, I can't pronounce it. Let me stop butchering it. Okay. Okay. Having overcome her own eating, food, weight, and body image challenges for close to 4 decades, Anne wrote the book, The Body Joyful, My Journey from Self-Loathing to Self-Acceptance, where she shares her highly personal, inspirational, life-changing journey. In addition, Anne created the Body Joyful Revolution, a global movement of women ages 18 and up committed to reducing body shaming, bullying, weight stigma, and eating disorders. Anne is a non-diet coach, certified intuitive eating counselor, self-taught trainer, yoga nidra, guide, eating disorder specialist, life coach, strength and conditioning specialist, and former program director of Green Mountain at Fox Run. In addition to writing The Body Joyful, Anne has appeared and been featured in the New York Times, Washington Post, Women's Health Magazine.
I can share my screen.
Live Strong.
Okay, let me know because then I can change the
Hold
settings. Yeah, I can.
Okay, how did I manage to
Thought I had a set when we
get into that? Sorry about that.
Perfect.
Okay. In addition to writing The Body Joyful, Anne has appeared and been featured in the New York Times, Washington Post, Women's Health Magazine, Live Strong, HuffPost, NPR, Newsy, and local CBS, NBC, and Fox affiliates nationwide, and other media outlets across the globe. As a subject expert and media contributor, Anne has written for the National Eating Disorder Association, the Anxiety Sisters, and Crunchy Tales, an online publication in Europe, while appearing as a guest on 40 plus podcasts across the US and in Australia. Thank you for being here, Anne.
Thanks, Terry. Here we go. And hello, everybody, and welcome back to the HerStory TV and the HerStory podcast. This is Gertrude Matcha here in beautiful Melbourne, Australia. And today I am graced with the presence of yet another fascinating woman. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our tribe. Please tell everybody your full name, where you're based, how old you are, and share your story with us today.
Hello, everyone. I am so grateful to be here, and thank you, Gertrude. I am Anne Poirier, and I am based in Old Orchard Beach, Maine, by the coast. It's a beautiful area, and I am 58 years old. And so I am going to share a little bit about my story, my past, the way that I grew up, basically, right from being born to now, has really led me to my purpose and what I'm doing now. Long journey of over 40 years, close to 50. It was only when I turned a little over 50 that things started to change for me. So I stayed in the exact same loop for close to 40 plus years. My story really starts early. So I was adopted about 4 months old, and my birth mother was 16. And I just think about how hard life must have been being pregnant at 16 in the 60s. So it must have been a really rough time. So I greatly appreciate, and with all the work that I've done on myself, I greatly appreciate her giving birth to me and allowing me to live this life. And so my life started more like, that 4 to 5 months old, which I don't remember anyways. But my dad would always call me a chubby little baby. To this day, he calls me a chubby little baby when he looks at pictures. I was this chubby little butterball, and I was passed around when they got me, they passed me around at parties, and that was the nickname. And it resonated with me more and more, only because as I got older, of course, I don't remember when I was a baby, but as I got older, the stories they would tell, and that my parents would be in a small group having cocktails, and they would be talking about, oh, the day that Anne came home, and how they passed me around, and we're talking about how chubby and cute and pinching my thighs and all of those kind of things. So I heard that. So that was kind of internalized in my brain. And I wasn't really keen on the chubby word as a 6, 7, 8-year-old, because I didn't really fit into the same clothes that the other kids did. I looked different. I had really short hair. The other girls in my class had long hair. I just looked different, and I acted different. I really wanted to get outside and play. I was running all the time. I was hitting things. I was very kind of clumsy. My mother was always saying, watch what you're doing, be careful, slow down, go outside if you want to run, that kind of thing. So I started to have this conversation inside myself. I internalized all of these words and phrases that were talked about in my home, and I internalized them as I am clumsy, I am fat. The fat word really came from this chubby, and my parents commenting, right, on people's body sizes. And I think that that was just the time, in the early 70s, when uh, people of all sizes were still around, but there was a stigma around people in larger bodies. And so I interpreted all of that. My brother had a nickname for me, and I'll never forget. I ran around the house, and I went to the backyard. I wanted to play football with them. I'm about 10 years old, and there's 6 of them, and they started to call me Annie Fanny Farmer. It was a little nickname that they gave me, and they sang it. So Annie Fanny Farmer, like, I remember it. It brings up kind of a little emotional hit for me when I think about it. And I interpreted that as fat. Like, all I heard was Fat Fanny from that nickname. And they called me that nickname for a couple of years, but that nickname sunk in, and the nickname I thought it meant was that I have a fat fanny, that I'm wrong. In that same time frame, I go to the doctor, and at the doctor's office, they weigh me, and the doctor pulls my mom aside and said, you better watch what she eats. So all of a sudden, food is different at home for me. I can't fit into the same clothes as my friends. I'm now going into junior high school. I don't feel good in my body. I have gym class that I have to now change in front of other kids. I have to put on a gym suit. I don't look like the other kids. And I just internalize this self-hatred, self-loathing. My body's not right. I have to do something. And in that period, I was 11 years old, 11 to 12. I was right in that age range. And I went on my first diet. I just started really playing with my food, limiting what I ate, eating very little. Arguments started to ensue in the household. Why don't you just eat? I just kind of started to disappear in front of my family and in front of my friends. I just wasn't eating. I was doing sit-ups in my room. I was compulsive about trying to lose weight. It just consumed me. I didn't even really think about anything else. My brain was always on food, always on moving, always on what it looked like, always on the scale, stepping on the scale multiple times a day. And as my mother, there was this one moment that she had me stripped down, must have been about 12, and stand in front of the mirror and say, what do you see? And I pinched my body. I remember it. I pinched my body and I said, I see fat. Like, that's what I saw. I felt disgusting. I felt embarrassed, humiliated to be standing there in front of my mother in my underwear. And she just was sad and scared and distraught. She didn't know what to do. She fought relentlessly to get me help. And she did. She got me to a psychologist that helped me enough even though I ended up in the hospital for over a month during this period of time because I lost too much weight. But during that time, I did get well enough to get back into school to start continuing on kind of my journey. My obsession with my body and my weight transferred into sport because it was a way to continue to burn calories. I went to college for fitness so I could continue to make sure that my body stayed the way it should stay, that I would look the way I should look. And so for 30 years, I was in fitness and I was in the fitness field, continuing this story in my head around and around and around that I'm not good enough. I've got to watch what I eat. I've got to watch how I'm exercising. I have to watch everything to make sure that I am the perfect image, which I never was because I was always trying. It didn't matter. It didn't matter what weight I was. It didn't matter what I looked like. It was never good enough. So I was always trying to change the way I looked. I kind of had a little bit of a relapse in college. And then, after I had children, being pregnant was the best time of my life in a way because it was this freedom. Like I knew that it was okay to eat because I was feeding another human. And as I think back on that, I think about how sad that was, that was such a freedom space for 9 months. And as soon as the 9 months were over, I was right back into beating myself up and this following this exact same pattern. So this just stayed with me. It hung with me, continuing to exercise, count calories, watch what I ate, and also on the flip side, binge on the other end because I wasn't getting enough food and I was sad and depressed and didn't like who I was. And so I would binge as well. So it just was a horrific kind of period of time. And in 2010, the marriage had been kind of over for a couple of years. And I decided to leave the marriage. And in that process, I fell completely back into eating disorder behavior. I was running all the time. I was eating, but also drinking, drinking probably more than I was eating. So I was medicating. I feel like I was medicating on all cylinders. And that just continued to demoralize my self-worth and my self-esteem. And so it really wasn't until my body started to break down that's when I started to stop a little bit. I was journaling a lot. The journal, I was saying the same things over and over and over again. I couldn't do the things that I wanted to do in my body. My body was broken. My knee was not working anymore. And I ended up going to the hospital. I had had some surgeries already. I'd going into the hospital to get a part of my knee broken or my leg broken in order to continue to pound. They were going to line it up. And the doctor, right before wheeling me into surgery, says, if we get in there and your knee's too bad, we're not going to be able to do the surgery. And the minute he said that, I started to water. I knew I didn't know what I was going to do because he just pulled away my whole future. He pulled away my identity. I had no idea where I was going to go and what I was going to do. And it was in that moment and in the period of time after that, because of course I couldn't get the surgery, that I really did some soul searching and I dove into self-help and I said, there's got to be a different way, a better way. This can't be the way that I live my life for the rest of my life. And that's when I started to shift my own perspective about myself by doing the work. I went back to a counselor. I went back to school for eating disorders to learn more. I learned so much in my courses that I wish I had learned years and years and years prior. And of course, that just got me angrier and more frustrated and more on this kind of war path of why don't our younger kids know that these things don't work and that bodies are different. And how can we start to teach them that now before it's too late? So with all of that, I ended up writing my story in my book, The Body Joyful, My Journey from Self-Loathing to Self-Acceptance, through a lot of my journaling passages. It was completely healing for me. I really was able to step back from my whole life and look at it from a completely different perspective and say, well, no wonder I thought that, or no wonder I did that. No wonder I chose that. No wonder that I had the thought patterns that I did, because I could see the dots connected along my whole story, that of course this was going to be the way that I lived my life and thought I was not right or not enough or not good enough, because I pulled it into my body. I blamed my body for everything that was wrong, so instead of not being good enough, I just wasn't strong enough or fit enough or thin enough, right? So that was where all of my thoughts went. And with my own self-help journey, going back to school, learning about that, connecting, I connected with a man that I actually knew from college, and we ended up getting married, but there's a completely different relationship because my body and food and exercise, those are mine. And that was said from day one. And I think it's really important to be honest with yourself and make sure that you're the only one that can change your life and the direction of your life and the way that you're thinking and living and experiencing your life. We have people around us that want to change us or see us in a different light. And how do we take responsibility for our own actions, our own choices, our own decisions, and think about how we can see ourselves differently so we can live a life that we want to live. Now, with feeling good enough in my body, I am able to step forward and just have more joy and be happier, and also experience sadness and love and the other pieces that, grief, that are hard. But this body experiences it all. And I'm so grateful to have shifted my own perspective on who I am. And that's kind of the story of me really turning around from one way of thinking to a completely different way of thinking.
Wow. And your story is more common than it is uncommon. This is a story that repeats in almost every woman's life. At some point, we look at ourselves and we are our own worst critics. We say things to ourselves in our heads that you would never say to your best friend. And what I love is you took responsibility. You realized that the buck stopped with you. So if there is another woman right now who's listening to this podcast, is going through a similar struggle, can't see the wood from the trees, based on what life has taught you, what 3 nuggets of wisdom would you give her right now?
Oh, such a great question. I think the biggest thing is that our bodies are all going to be different. They're designed to be different. We're supposed to be different sizes and shapes and colors, right? And we're supposed to show up differently. That's what makes this world unique and wonderful. And so thinking about the fact that everybody has a different, and I come back to kind of the facts a little bit, that we all have a different gene pool. We all grew up in different environments. We all have different experiences. And all of those things play into how we perceive ourselves, how we assume others perceive us. And so how can we pause and step back and say, how can I look at my body differently? If I've been looking at my body with self-hatred, or picking at myself or always trying to change my body, how is that working for me? And if it's not working for me, how can I step back and start to see a different perspective of my body? And that, I think, is one of the biggest nuggets, is how can I see my body differently and start to look at it from the amazing things that it does for me every single day. So it's that kind of, how can I be grateful for the body that I have rather than hate the body that I have? So that's one. And then I also think on top of that, you brought up a really great point, taking responsibility. I really, my own thoughts, and I pulled out my thoughts. I have a mini me and I have a maxi me. So I have these negative voices that I call my mini me, that are the ones that you were talking about, the ones that never, they never shut up. They just keep going and going and going, picking on you. And they repeat the same words over and over and over and over again. And they create these pathways in your brain. And so by pulling it kind of out and saying, oh, that's my mini me. Oh, thanks for sharing that, but that's not working for me anymore. And starting to strengthen a more compassionate, a kinder, a gentler, a stronger, a more positive, a more grateful, a lot of words there, maxi me, that I could start to counteract the mini me voices. So the second piece is, how can we actually start to dissect our voices a little bit? And how is this voice helping me? And how is it harming me? And how is it really working for me? So one is that our bodies are different. Two is that our thoughts, can we start to see our thoughts a little differently and taking responsibility for our thoughts? And third is, we have choices. We have a choice with how we respond to other people. We have a choice to what we say to ourselves when we look in the mirror. We have a choice to the decisions that we make, the behaviors that we adopt. We have choices. And sometimes I think we forget the only choices we have are with us. We can't choose for other people what we think they should do or shouldn't do, or should think or shouldn't think, but we can certainly choose for ourselves. So those would be three pieces of wisdom.
I love that. Now, in the world right now with social media, young girls are struggling with their own self-image. You know, when we grew up, it wasn't so bad. Now they're looking at magazines, they're looking at Instagram, at photoshopped images of women who look perfect. What can we do as mothers, as grandmothers, to support the younger generation to embrace the different shapes, the different sizes that we are born to be?
Another great question, because we weren't designed to look on Zoom all day either. And I think with the pandemic over the past couple of years, our young people are looking at themselves all day long, and then they're scrolling on their phones. I think there's a couple of different pieces of that. One is, how can we as parents and as grown-ups in children's lives, whether we're coaches or teachers or doctors who work with children or are around children, how can we become the role models for them and embrace our own bodies and see food as just food and exercise as just joyful movement, and really start to shape our own perspectives around all of this? I think about, how can we change the conversation? Because, kids will show up with their parents to go out to lunch, and the moms might be talking about the new diet or the new exercise program, and how can they be aware of the things that they're sharing with their children without even noticing that they are? So how can we as the role models shift our own perspectives and our own behaviors and our own language around all of this? And then when it comes to social media, can we start to filter in body diversity? Because we do see it a little bit more now. And are we able to control all the images? Dove has a great new video out around exactly what you're talking about that really shows how images are touched up and shifted and changed, and how can we educate our young people that this isn't the way that everyone looks, and show them more so they see more body diversity, because that's what we need in this world, is more body diversity. And can we start to continue to make that flood some of these magazines? We see it, we're seeing it a little bit, but it's only 2-3%. How can we bump up that percent so that the percent of bodies that are all different sizes and shapes and weights and abilities can be shown, so that our children realize that all bodies are different?
I absolutely love that. Now, you said something else that's really important about appreciating what our bodies actually do for us. So, I went through a very traumatic separation, a divorce. I lost a 31-year relationship, and my life was shattered. I was depressed. I was on antidepressants. I put on a lot of weight, and I ended up collapsing with congestive heart failure due to hypertension and stress.
Mm.
Now, this is 5 years ago, 2017. I'm still not 100% because I have the chronic fatigue, I have the anxiety. Now I am very emotionally sensitive to everything. My blood pressure goes up if I'm happy, it goes up if I'm sad. And I got to a point where I fully appreciate my heart now. My road to recovery has been a process of waking up in the morning and thinking it's pumping oxygen and blood and nutrients into every single cell of my body. I don't even think about doing it, it just does it for me.
Mm.
And I think that's a different way to look at our bodies, especially when we're healthy and you have no illnesses. Looking at other people who are struggling to get their health under control. I think if we could teach that at an early age, an appreciation of self at that level, it could also help a lot of young women, young men as well, to appreciate how the human body actually works and how we take it for granted. That was my biggest wake-up call.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And I think that there's also this really great way of seeing our senses. What can we see? What can we smell? What can we hear? What can we taste? And it allows for so much gratitude. And what you're saying about your heart, there are so many things that our body does just because it does it, and we don't even think about it. Right? Mm.
Yeah, it's amazing. So let me take you into the future. And we're going to have a little thought experiment. You're now 120 years old. With science and technology, we'll probably live way beyond 100, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you are sitting in your rocking chair, surrounded by your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. And the present you teleports into the future to have a conversation with this amazing woman who's led you to that point. Based on how you are living your life right now, what would you say to this wise woman who's led you there?
I would actually ask her to share with me what her biggest takeaway is that she would want me to remember. What do you want me to remember as I continue to live this life, so that I can learn from her wisdom, learn from what she's been through between now and then. So she's lived another 50 years. And what has she taken from those 50 years that she wants to share with me? And I want to make sure that she has taken the time to stop and to, as they say, smell the roses, but to be more present in the moment and to reevaluate your values from time to time because they change. And in 20 years, my values might be different around what's really important to me. And how can I continue to remember what's really important for me every year that goes by so that I can live the life in the I can live my life in the present rather than in the future or in the past, which are two places that I think we go a lot that builds a lot of stress. And take time in the present moment.
I love that. And you're so right. There is only this moment. They say that a lot of stress, a lot of depression is caused by people living in a past that they cannot change, things that have happened to them before, or living in a future that may or may not happen. And so we forget to be present and just live in the moment. So that's a really beautiful reminder. Now, is there anything I should have asked you and I didn't? How can people get hold of you? Are you helping support other people to change and shape their perspectives?
Yes, I have a wonderful woman-only community, and is on. It's a private community on Facebook that we are sharing a different conversation. It's a place where we're really encouraging and empowering each other and supporting each other, inspiring each other to be and feel more comfortable and confident in our bodies, regardless of what size they are. And that's called the Body Joyful Revolution. And if you think about it as a revolution, we're changing the conversation around bodies, and we're trying to create more role models that have body diversity and feel good in their bodies, regardless of what size and shape they are. And along with that, we hope that together we can reduce, the bullying and the body shaming and the weight stigma that's out there now, along with eating disorders. But by having a group or a community where you can share some of the struggles that you're having, or share some of the successes, some of the things that you are doing that are working for you, is a wonderful place to be. So that is the community. It's a private community on Facebook. Anybody can join. It's free, and we share all kinds of great stuff there around body diversity and being comfortable and confident in our own bodies. And that's one place. And then, of course, the book. And I always like to offer a free digital copy of the book for anybody who wants it, because if you don't have the means to get it, I am happy to share the book, because it lays out a different way of thinking, I think, for people.
I love it. Absolutely wonderful. And thank you so much for coming online today and gracing us with your presence and bearing your soul and being vulnerable to share this beautiful story. I'm hoping that there is another woman out there who has tuned in today, and through the sharing of your story is seeing a bit of light at the end of the tunnel for her. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in from all over the world. The HerStory movement is attracting some phenomenal women who have gone through their own personal struggles, but are using their stories to change the world, one woman at a time and one story at a time. So, Anne, thank you for honoring your story and sharing it with us today. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Come
So
back again
appreciative.
tomorrow, everybody. Thank you. I'll be back again tomorrow with yet another amazing guest. In the meantime, have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And bye for now. Thank you, Anne. There we go. Yet another amazing story, Terry.
Yeah, and it's amazing the body shaming that goes on. I mean, I do have to say, here in the United States, it can't be too much of it going on, because there are quite a few who are overweight, and they're rather young.
Yeah.
And I have a hard time with it because I've always been slightly overweight, and but it never has been body shaming. It was my own personal preference, and you get content at one weight, and then you realize health wise it's not good for you, and you make a change. But a lot of people are happy at their weight, and body shaming is just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's not just there in the US, it's all over the world. And now it's even worse, especially for people who have kids, teenagers who are tapping into social media, the negativity around what kids see on Instagram. These are photoshopped pictures of people who aren't real. And these kids are judging their own bodies based on something that has been digitally enhanced. So I really feel for parents who have young children and the challenges that they're facing now because of
Hmm.
computers
Hmm.
and social media as well.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of challenges with that out there.
So we go on to our last video for the day, Terry. Who do we have next?
Okay, let me figure out what I did with it. I was on another Zoom. Okay, I, I warned you that I had another meeting going, but they just got off. So I got to figure out what I did with it. Fooey, fooey, fooey. Okay, let me just go back up here and get it. Okay, and I know I cannot pronounce her name. Sharuba. Okay, we'll just stick with that first name. All righty. Uh, Skilled in both multi-portal and single-port advanced laparoscopy and robotic surgery to treat patients with benign gynecological conditions. Okay, so she is basically, she has a fellow in minimally invasive gynecological surgery. Her leadership experience, of course, is in obstetrics and gynecology. Physician practice lead, OBGYN partner. She has many honors within that area. And she's also had some publications regarding cancers, unusual cancers of childhood, voices in my head. Let's see, what other article has she had? She's had quite a few. She has a long list of accolades. Her interests, of course, swimming, CrossFit, kinesis, um, classical Indian dance, traveling the world. She's been in 30 countries. Enjoy playing European tactical board games. She is very well qualified, and I would be interested in hearing what she has to say, and I'm sure it's all about females. Thank you for being here, Sharuba.
Now, what's interesting is as I was lining up the videos, I'm now struggling to see where it has gone. So give me a second.
That is a sign. This
Oh,
should be
God.
your last one, probably. We've been on here a while today.
This is the last one. So let me see if I have the right video. I suspect I don't.
I
I
believe
just
in
want to
signs.
double check. And that's the thing when we have so many applications and registrations for speakers participating in the summit. Sometimes the numbers are overwhelming. It's an exciting time because we do want to make sure that We are getting the voices of women from all over the world. And for this particular young lady, she is specializing in a field that most of us need to hear about, especially the non-invasive techniques that can be used for gynecological issues that women encounter. A lot of times women go in to see doctors not knowing that there's other options that don't have to be invasive, or you don't need to be cut to solve certain gynae issues. Laparoscopic surgery is a big part of that now. And we were talking the other day about our dear friend in Zimbabwe who's having to have her fibroids removed.
Mhm.
Recovering from, it's an injury really when you get cut to remove those lesions or growths that affect women. And female reproductive health is an issue that we all need to learn about. We all need to know the options that we have, the alternatives that are there, and help look after our bodies in a better way. So I've just found the video. It's just taking a couple of minutes to come through, and we will share that with all of you today. And what was fascinating when I was speaking to her is that most of her work, in a weird way, affected her as a woman as well. A lot of times you meet doctors who are in the field who are coming up with these solutions but have not experienced some of these illnesses themselves. So she comes to us with a very different perspective in that sense. And so here we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the HerStory TV and the HerStory podcast. This is Gertrude Matcha here in beautiful Melbourne, Australia. And today I am graced with the presence of yet another fascinating young woman. Welcome to our tribe. Please tell everybody your full name, where you're based, how old you are, and share your story with us today.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Chiruba Prabhakar, and I am so excited to be here. I am 38, and I am based here in the Bay Area of California. I live and practice medicine in Oakland. I am a board certified OBGYN and a fellowship trained minimally invasive surgeon. And I have quite an interesting path to, what got me here, what keeps me going, and what has got me to my passion, which is being the fibroid doc. So, I was an immigrant to this country at age 12 and had to have a lot of grit, persistence, determination, coming from a third world nation before the age of the internet or social media or the breadth of information that one has available at their fingertips right now. So I had to really work hard, raised by a single mom. My dad unexpectedly passed away when I was just 10. And so carrying on that family legacy of medicine, he was a physician as well. And, really excelling and getting to the top of my class was always something that was really important to me at that time as a young girl. And I, came to the US at age 12 and had to, again, have so much determination, grit to make it through the system here, a very long, arduous system from schooling to college to medical school to residency through fellowship. And throughout this journey, I've always had a passion for helping other women. And it's kind of interesting looking back at my story about how all the pieces just kind of fit together. India at that time, and arguably even still today, is a largely male dominated society with women struggling in so many, different ways, professionally, personally, economically. And I saw that firsthand, growing up there and when I went back to visit. And interestingly, I also went to a women's school. I went to Smith College in Massachusetts, which is an all women's school. And it's not like I really wanted to go to women's school or anything. I just fell in love with the campus. And in retrospect, it was one of the best decisions I ever made. After which, I then went on to medical school and really championed the cause of women throughout my summer programs. When I went back to India and worked with young women, etc. And when it came time to pick a specialty, OBGYN was not even on my list. I really was a neuroscience major in college. I wanted to do something with the brain, until I did my rotation, and I just fell in love with it. I fell in love with the diversity, the breadth, and the scope of practice. And so that led me to pursuing a residency in OBGYN. So it delivered over 1,000 babies. I did a lot of surgeries, and seeing women in their most vulnerable, time points and areas of their lives was just so touching and moving. And I felt really called to this work. And after residency, I then went on to do my fellowship in minimally invasive surgery in New York. I wanted to focus on robotic surgery, laparoscopic surgery, and I found an amazing spot in Brooklyn, New York, where I spent 2 years doing my fellowship. And Brooklyn is very, very diverse, a lot of people from all over the world. And I saw very interesting pathology and disease states there. And I really grew a love and passion for helping women with fibroids. So, if you don't know what fibroids are, they are benign tumors of the uterine cavity that can cause a lot of symptoms for women, bleeding, pain, infertility. And I saw all of this firsthand and operated on a lot of these women, had a lot of success stories and sometimes heartbreaks as well. And I developed a niche and a love for fibroids and taking care of women with fibroids. And so after my fellowship, I moved all the way across the country to California, where I found my first job in Oakland, which was very similar to Brooklyn, New York, in terms of patient demographics and kind of the various diseases that I saw and GYN conditions that I saw. And fibroids was certainly a big one. I guess what really struck me with fibroids is that, a lot of women are ignored. A lot of women are kind of passed over when they bring these symptoms to their physician. They are kind of chalked up to, just aging or being a normal part of the, process or menopause. And these women really, really suffer. And I see that firsthand in my practice. So many women with miscarriages and infertility, so many women who have to call out of work, who have to spend so much on feminine hygiene products, leading to period poverty and loss of quality of life. And so this is really become kind of my calling and my mission, amongst in the field of OBGYN. And I help a lot of these women medically as well as surgically. I perform robotic surgery on a lot of them to delicately remove these fibroids so they can preserve the quality of their uterus and then go on to have children. And so I became the fibroid doc in 2021. I've really have a social media presence as the fibroid doc and speak on this issue and champion and encourage a lot of women to seek the care that they need, because it's certainly an underserved area. And along this journey, I have then gotten to interact and network with so many other physicians around the world who are helping women in various aspects. So not just fibroids, that's an OBGYN related specific disease state, but nutrition, well-being, stress, sleep, anxiety. And so it's been a very, very fun journey. talking, collaborating, and working with women around the world. And that is my hope and my um, my kind of mission or into the next stage of my career. I'm actually left to employed practice at a pretty prestigious university here, and will be starting my own private practice in the fall. And I'm going to be a physician entrepreneur and really do things the way I want to, and take care of women the way I want to. Our medical system currently is pretty limited in terms of the time you get to spend with patients. And I think it greatly limits the quality of care that one can provide. And so I'm looking to do things a little bit differently, and also coach women with fibroids from around the world. And so these are some of my new projects that are coming up this year in 2022. And I look forward to serving, a lot more women in this new role. And along with this, kind of the second phase of my medical career, I'm hoping to be a speaker, educator, and advocate for women's health issues, not just in the US, but really around the world. And thankfully, due to social media and the internet these days, I could be here and still be touching the lives of women, elsewhere. And so these are all exciting projects that I am working on and continue to, hope to really build upon in the coming months and years. So that's where I'm at.
You have had a fascinating background. Now, the choice to go into this field and to specialize in fibroids, what was the incentive behind that? Was it something personal? Was it just a niche that you saw there was a need that needed to be filled?
Yeah, I think it was more the fact that I saw a need that needed to be filled. A lot of OBGYNs do obstetrics and gynecology. So they're delivering babies and they're doing gynecologic surgery and office based procedures. And there are very few specialists who really dedicated their time just to fibroids. And there's such a need because it's a growing kind of area of gynecology where a lot of research is coming out and a lot of surgical techniques are being developed. And so it really felt like just focusing on that itself was very gratifying and enough for me.
Now, you are a doctor who has an entrepreneurial spirit. Most doctors are trained just to be employed by a major hospital. That entrepreneurial spirit, where does that come from? And why do you think it's important that doctors should have this skill? Because a lot of them don't.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I don't know where it really comes from. My dad was a physician, but was also employed. My mom was employed. So we don't really have a family business or anything like that. I think it was really born out of a great community that I have that I joined this last year called Entrepreneurial MDs, entrepreneurial physicians. And so, when I went to medical school, back in the East Coast in Connecticut, and a lot of practices around there were private practices, physician owned. They were not these big hospital based systems. So when I graduated medical school, I always had that dream of, yep, I'm going to open my own practice, set my own hours, take my own vacation, etc. And then when I finished all my training years later and came to the West Coast, I realized that, wow, that's no longer the case. There are very few physician-owned practices. They're all part of these big conglomerate corporate medical systems. And while that was fine for a while, I think my dream of owning my own practice was invoked again with the status of how things are today, which is, see as many patients as you can, don't spend too much time with patients. And as I thought about it and I was going through the motions, I was like, wow, if I do this for too much longer, I'm going to be burnt out. And I certainly did not want to be a physician that left medicine. I've dedicated over 14 years of my life to the training of my craft, and I don't want to just to leave it abruptly. I want to practice for as long as I can and help as many women as I can. And so I really thought that this starting up my own practice and being an entrepreneur was almost a antidote for burnout, and it was a dream. And so I'm seeking to pursue it. And you're absolutely right. Most physicians do not have their own practice. They're employed, and most probably shy away from even owning a business because there's a lot of different skills to learn. But if I could go through a school for 14 years and learn to be a doctor, certainly I can learn how to run a business. So I'm excited.
I love that. Now, if there was a woman who is listening to this podcast right now, is not feeling well, because a lot of times women only find out much, much later that the issues they're having are fibroid related. What are some of the symptoms? What are some of the signs that you need to look out for that can tell you that you need to go for a checkup? It could be fibroids.
Yeah, so fibroids, sometimes they don't cause any symptoms. So a woman may never know she has a fibroid unless she had a scan. But fibroids can cause pain. They can sometimes cause a bulge in your belly. So patients will say, oh, I feel something hard. You know, when I lay down, I feel like my belly is coming up a little bit. But most commonly, they cause a lot of heavy bleeding. So a normal period should last, anywhere between 3 to 7 days. These patients bleed for 10 days, 14 days, sometimes nonstop. And they're changing multiple pads or tampons up to 1 an hour. So if you're changing pads every hour and you're soaking tampons and pads and you're bleeding more than 7 days, that is a sign that you need to get checked out. Some women also feel very tired, fatigued, short of breath almost, especially around their period when they're losing so much blood. So if you're having any of those symptoms, chances are you are anemic or lacking in blood. So you do need to have a checkup.
Fantastic. Really good information for people to know.
Yes.
Now, let's just touch a little bit on your career in case there could be someone who's listening in, has a desire to be a doctor, again, doesn't know where to start. What do you think makes for a good physician? How can she make that decision? What can she do in advance to get prepared?
Yes. If I had to go back and do it, I would do it all over again. And it takes a lot of determination, a lot of delayed gratification, and a lot of grit. So those are the three things that I would say comprise. Those are qualities that one needs to go through this path. Of course, you have to be smart and you have to be getting good grades in school. So if you know that you want to be a physician, you really want to pay attention to that. And even if you find out later that, after school that you want to be a physician, you can always go back and take those courses that are prerequisites for medical school and choose to excel in them. I think one must really have a desire to learn constantly and truly help people. So, depending where you are in the world, physicians have a certain status, may make, a lot of money, but those are not the factors at all that will keep you going along this arduous path. So that true innate desire to be learning something new every day, that's exciting, and helping others. My biggest advice for those who want to embark on this path is to find other physicians that you can talk to early on. I think having mentors who have gone through this path can give you a lot of shortcuts and save you from painful lessons. And so really surrounding yourself with mentors, shadowing other doctors and seeing what their life is like, is very, very valuable.
Now, education is another one of your passion projects. I know that in terms of social impact, you have a huge desire to help educate as many girls, especially in India, where you're from. Why is education so important for a woman, do you think?
I mean, education is the foundation of everything. So it really opens doors, it gives you opportunities. And we're so lucky, this day and age that education doesn't have to come through the traditional way it has been over the past several years in terms of going to a physical school and going to a physical university. Education can be gained in so many ways today, especially with the internet. And so I think having that education, not just kind of book related and course related, but financial education, social education, all of that just puts you in the right rooms to meet the right people to get to your goals a lot faster.
Absolutely wonderful. Now, if time was an illusion and I could take you into the future and you could sit with 100-year-old you and have a conversation with this wise woman who has led you there up until this point, what would you say to her based on how you're living your life right now?
I would say, girl, you took the risks. And that's sort of how I feel at the moment. I think a lot of people are surprised that I am going through the entrepreneurial route, and but I think it's always better to go and live out a dream than regret not ever doing it. And so, yeah, that's what I would say. And I think I've approached a lot of things in my life that way. Like, just do it, and what's the worst that can happen? You go back and pivot and do something else. And so that's how I seek to live, and that's what I teach my children as well.
Beautiful, beautiful lessons to be learned. So thank you so much for coming online today and gracing us with your presence. Is there anything I should have asked you and I didn't, or what are your parting thoughts for our audience today?
um I think, for those who are listening who have the entrepreneurial spirit, be it, in medicine or whatever field it is, I would encourage you to just, go for it. Of course, you have to be prepared, but, try it out. It is such a fun journey and you're constantly learning something every day. But, it's totally worth it. And, if it doesn't work, you pivot and you learn how to do something else. So I encourage you to follow your dreams, whatever that is. And secondly, I would, for those who are listening who have fibroids or gynecologic, related issues and concerns, I would love for you to follow me on social media at the Fibroid Doc, where I constantly put out content related to gynecologic topics, or follow my YouTube channel, The Fibroid Doc, where I have a lot of educational videos on fibroids that are aimed to really help women understand this condition a lot better.
Fantastic. Thank you so much again for this amazing interview. And thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. The Her Story Circle is really attracting some amazing women with knowledge, with skills that we all need to live our lives to the fullest. Come back again tomorrow when I interview yet another amazing woman. In the meantime, have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And thank you again, Dr. Sharab. This was an interesting interview.
Thank you so much for having me.
Bye for now, everybody. Hey, Terry.
Hey. Yeah,
have
that was right on point. I've gone through all of that, and I did have invasive because that was back like in 1990. But I did do my homework to make sure. I even asked, "Why do you have to cut me?" And she says, you have a lot going on in there. I need to double check. And I did. I had endometriosis and fibroids. So I didn't
Okay.
mind the cut, but I did ask. I said, why do you have to? You know, you went in and did a laparoscope. You ought to be able to do something. So yeah.
Yeah, the
And
technology has definitely evolved since,
yes.
and it's really good for women to know what options they have before they have invasive surgery,
Oh,
which takes a long time for you to recover.
yeah. 6 weeks. I couldn't, 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, I couldn't drive.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and having to depend on
So
somebody else. Ooh,
it is crazy. So we're
yeah.
going to end our day with music from the beautiful Crystal Star. Crystal has given us a theme song for the Her Story movement. Thank you so much, Crystal. It's such an
Thank
honor to
you.
share
Thank
your
you.
music with our community. And we will be back again tomorrow, everybody, same time, with the next lineup of amazing women sharing their stories to inspire, uplift, and motivate. See you all tomorrow, and bye for now. Thanks so much,
Good night.
Terry.
You're welcome.
How we explain that when someone is cruel or acts like a bully, you don't stoop to their level. No, our motto is when they go low, we go high.
Always the one that gets the flame. The last from the smell remains the same. A mother's love was not enough when they broke her down for being too tough. Maybe in time, love will define. Put it together, let's say she was mine. Right from her heart, strong from the start. A woman who knows. Oh, she can't be anything that she wants to be. She's alive. She's powerful, inspirational, never alone. They can't stop her now with their words of doubt. She's brave. She's powerful, inspirational, give her a life.
We call upon all the communities to be tolerant, to reject prejudice based on caste, creed, sect, color, religion, or gender, to ensure freedom and equality for women so that they can flourish. We cannot all succeed when half of us are held back.
Maybe in time, love will define. Put it together, they say she was mine. Right from my heart, strong from the start. A girl who just couldn't say no. Oh, she can't be anything that she wants to be. She's alive. Oh, she's powerful, inspirational, never alone. Oh, they can't stop her now with their words of doubt. She's brave. Oh, she's powerful, inspirational, give her a life.
There's been sex in this community. Oh, does it come as a surprise that I dance as if I have diamonds at the meeting of my
Can't be anything that she wants to be. She's alive. She is powerful, inspirational, give her a life. They can't stop her now with their words of doubt. She is brave. She is powerful, inspirational, give her a life. hold their own.
as if I have gold mines digging in my own backyard. You can shoot me with your words. You can cut me with your lies. You can kill me with your hatefulness. But just like life, I rise.
Now my whole house is great. I can do anything good. I like my school. I like anything. I like my dad. I like my cousins. I like my aunts. I like my Allisons. I like my moms. I like my sisters. I like my dad. I like my hair. I like my haircuts. I like my pajamas. I like my stuff. I like my rooms. I like my whole house. My whole house is great. I can do anything good. Yeah. I can do anything good. Better than anyone. Better than anyone.